Well, welcome back to the Hotel Orloff, ladies and gentlemen. It is an amazing Monday night, December the 16th, 2024. Welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. We just got back from Cheyenne Mountain. We were down there for the weekend talking to President Trump 3 miles underground. And came back and found a package waiting for me here. August the Ascetic says season's greetings. Yes, also known as Merry Christmas. Yes. So, how are you guys doing with this incredibly frightening drone invasion? It's unbelievable. I can hardly believe the aliens have arrived. It's so scary. Well, even Chucky Schumer's saying we got to do something about it. We got to shoot them down. In other words, they're going to. It's all a ruse, so they can ban any civilian use of drones. But I think everyone's horribly afraid and scared. But we don't know what are they going to do over the next. We got a little bit longer until the inauguration. So fantastic. We've got a Stanley box cutter here that we're going to open this package with today. That has arrived. And let's see what's in it. It's rather large. Anyway, it's just a wonderful Monday night, man. Isn't it great? Aren't you so happy? Personally, I'd rather be in bed right now instead of doing this show. Hopefully, this show will be mercifully short, but not in that great mood. Ladies and gentlemen, guys are your hosts of the Alex Jones Show today. We've got amazing breaking reports coming up. Reports from Alex Jones on some recent comments from RFK Jr. regarding Project 2025. I have the link in the chat if anyone is wanting to come on, but honestly, there's only 2 or 3 people who ever come on. And I figure, why don't I just talk to those 2 or 3 friends I have on the phone or by text instead of doing the show? But it's all right. Very obvious now at this point with some of the expert all the constitutions we have, all the research that we've done, that these crafts are U.S. military. Oh man! Almost sliced my finger off there, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get me around box cutters. Oh my gosh! Kevin has sent a Christmas present. Oh my gosh! It's a Garbage Pail Kids artist. Man, look at this. Look what he sent. Can you believe it? Attempts have been made to neutralize the info warrior known as Alex Jones. Countless attacks. And the other side is a reproduction of the first issue of Fantastic Four's cover. Fantastic Four is, of course, the comic that got me into superhero comics. Wow. Man, it's great seeing the art giant sized. Damn. Thank you, Kevin. That's great. Where'd my tea go? I had a bottle of tea. Where is my bottle of tea? Let's go looking for it. Ugh. Okay. Oh, I left it on the ladder over here. Bosco Papas says, Merry Christmas, Orloff. Well, hello there, and Merry Christmas to you, Bosco. See, I was in a bad mood, and now I'm starting to get cheered up. I was about ready to come on and say, this is my last show, goddammit. And then there's all these nice people. We already have 13 people watching. Very nice. Am I a social media influencer yet? 13 people, man. That's a lot of people, man. I'm famous. Thanks to you, the little people. I wish all 13 of you would do, maybe you do, but I wish all 13 of you did shows. That would give me something entertaining to watch. Because all the people that I enjoy, most of the people I enjoy watching on YouTube very rarely do shows. Perhaps there's a reason for that. Bosco Papa says, I certainly hope it's not your last show. I watch all the time. I just really comment. No, it isn't. You know how it is. I just want to be a prima donna, man. Feel sorry for me. No, man. I just had, well, partly a great day and partly a bad day. What could be in this box? Holy smoke, it's like a box of stuff. I have no, it's like a box. Hopefully he didn't send me the trash from his bathroom. Let's see what's in it, man. It looks like it's a bunch of stuff he put in here to cushion the box. What could it, oh my gosh, it's something really cool, I can tell. Looks like it's going to be a giant eyeball, man. And what in the name of heck? He sent me a, he sent me like, it's separated. God dang, Kevin. And he stuffed it with an eyeball. It's from Trick or Treat Studios. That's fantastic. Oh, yes, it's a, my wife needs a new pillow. Maybe this will help her. Damn, man. Kevin is really Santa Claus. You know, I'm going to do a musical episode soon, and I'm going to be singing a song about how fat Santa Claus is. I was going to do it to. I shouldn't spoil the surprises. Um, you're so fat. I bet you think this song is about you. I was going to like do a whole bunch of songs insulting Santa Claus because Santa Claus hasn't brought me any presents since this Christmas of 1975. Can you imagine what a bastard he is? And I've been good, but he hasn't brought me any presents since then. I'm pretty sure that several of the Christmases before 1975, he may not have brought me any presents. Because I remember that $6 million man. I'm pretty sure that that was bought by my mother. And the Give a Show projector, yeah. I, but I think early on, like second, third, fourth grade and back, I think maybe Santa Claus did bring me some stuff. Incredible. Okay, he said, what else is in this bag, man? It's a whole little bag of stuff. Um, wow. Oh, okay. I see what we got here. It's like a comic bag filled with stuff. Here's it's a Christmas colored creature from the Black Lagoon. Look at that. Oh, wait, I have comments. Usually people never comment on my show. Let's see here. Library 88 says, Happy Monday, Gratu and all. Hey, Santa, bring back Man Bear Pig, yes, and Comic Crypt of Castle Hills to YouTube, too. Well, Comic Crypt of Castle Hills is still around, and he's posted all of his old shows. Almost at 98% of the shows that used to be on YouTube are up on Rumble, and he's doing new episodes or content, as the youngsters like to call it, on Rumble. He's still around. Man Bear Pig, I don't know what happened to that guy, man. He was a cool guy. I don't know. He just disappeared off the map one day. Um, I don't know. P.S. Awesome mask. Yeah, and Myers says, Merry Christmas, suckers. Yeah. Look at this, a Gotham pin. I didn't know that he had those. That's fantastic. By the way, this store that we're referring to that sent me all this stuff, Gotham City Comics. This is his phone number. He's in Mesa, Arizona. Call him up for all your comic book and monster needs. He sent me a wallet. Look at this, man. It's Marvel Comics wallet. Uh-oh, the dog is sniffing around my eyeball pillow. Don't you dare, man. Drew, what the heck are you up to, man? Don't you dare. Okay. It's a compass in case I get lost. It's look at that, man. Oh, it's from the Magic School Bus. And here's keys to the mystery machine. What about that? That's great. And is this an air freshener? I guess it's an air freshener of this wonderful fortune machine from the Twilight Zone. Man, incredible. We haven't even gotten to the stuff I actually ordered. All of this stuff was just Christmas presents he put on top. I'm going to put these over there on top of the pinball machine so the dog doesn't get tempted to mess him up. I wanted to give you all my opinion. So how are you guys doing, ladies and gentlemen? I don't particularly believe that these have a nefarious intent. I've got to find something to put this mask on. I'll put him on Snoopy for a little bit. There we go. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? And again, this is the eyeball pillow. It's incredible. Okay. Let's see what these humans are saying. Bosco Papa says, Orloff, my son and I have recently been reading some old issues of Creepy from Warren Magazine Publishing. We really enjoyed them. Would you be able to recommend anything similar for us to read? What time period of Creepy magazines were you reading? Were they from the 1960s or 70s? There's a reason I'm asking that. And I'll tell you what that is in a moment as soon as you answer that question. All right. Lots of packing material. Everything he packs is man. That is a very serious deal, and everyone knows that. Got some action figures this time. 1982 to 83 were the issues we found. Okay. Next question is, how old is your son? That's a little. Well, tell you why in a second. Invasion of Astro Monster. It's Godzilla doing his victory dance. Issues 141 through 147. You know, that's the very last gasp of Creepy, and I'd have to look at those issues. There may be a lot of reprints in those issues just because it was very, he is 11. Okay. Um, Creepy in the 1960s was an attempt to reinvent the EC comics of 10 years before. Early 50s, and then in the mid 60s, Creepy comes along, right? What, around 1964? In the 60s, Creepy had a lot of the EC artists that was mainly American artists. In the 70s, Creepy and Eerie and Vampirella had more artists from Spain and from the Philippines. In the 70s, the comic became more R-rated. Sometimes, definitely, at times, with language and nudity, and that would not have been in the EC comics. So you just got to be aware. Well, if you're reading issues from 81 to 82 to 83, they already had, you've already probably encountered that kind of material. Eerie was just like Creepy in the 60s. In the early 70s, Eerie became a superhero comic, but a weird superhero comic, you know, where the heroes might be a mummy or a dead corpse, or, you know, or some, you know, they would have, and they were episodic where they would, it was more kind of like, you know, traditional superhero comic, you know. But as far as you know what Warren's like. There were other companies that were kind of imitating Warren that were good. Skywald did Psycho and Scream, and um, Nightmare, I think was, and then there were some other companies. I, you know what I would do with them is right now is a perfect time because they are reprinting the original EC comics in wonderfully bright, colorful editions that are affordable. I get those soft cover EC reprints, and Kevin could probably hook you up with that if you call them at that number I just flashed. Um, this is Super 7 as if they did merchandise from Plan 9 from outer space, and it's a little vampire figure. You know, I don't normally keep things on the card, but I'm going to keep this Godzilla doing his victory dance and this on the card and hang him up because the card is half or 60% of the joy of those. Um, the issues we read were PG-13 type content. Some stuff was a little harsher than others, but for the most part, not too bad. He was really taking interest in old magazine style black and white comics. Well, that's good. Okay, I have an idea. There was one issue of Creepy. I'm pretty sure it was Creepy and not Eerie. That a Neil Adams story about a sniper that was shooting people on the street, and it was horrifically graphic and disturbing. Um, oh, Marvel did black and white comics, and they had Monsters Unleashed. That had a Frankenstein story, and they did Man Thing stories, and there was those are the Marvel's black and white magazines or comic magazines are great. There's Dracula Lives and Vampire Tales and Tales of the Zombie, and then they had some that weren't monster oriented, like Planet of the Apes and Deadly Hands of Kung Fu. Oh, and also Warren's reprints of The Spirit. Will Eisner's The Spirit. That's a great magazine too. Thanks for the suggestions, Orloff. Much appreciated. My son and I watch your show quite a bit. He's a fan as well. That's cool. Thank you. Um, I start feeling like there's nobody watching. Yeah. Subscribers keep dwindling and not increasing. And all right, let me cut this thing out of here, man. Oh, I think I know what this is. This is going to be incredible. I haven't seen it in person yet. I've just seen pictures of this. This is Todd McFarlane Studios did this. If you were to see this in a store, it wouldn't look very spectacular because it's packaged. Well, I guess you can see him head on here, but you really can't get a sense of what he really looks like. It's Captain America from the cover of Captain America 100, which is really tells the suspense 100. But we're on it. We don't know who that's sending the drones up. We don't know where they're coming from, but it's nothing for you to worry about. And we're on it. We're on it. Um, this Mayorkas is one of the main bad guys, man. They want you to be scared. They really want that badly. Okay, so how do I open this mother effer? When they showed Godfather on television, they would have the actors. I think they may have done it when the film was when they most of the sound on movies isn't recorded live. They go in, the actors go into a recording studio and sync up their voices with the film, and so um, and so anyway, maybe I should use the box cutter. When so they would, if they had curse words like in an R-rated movie, they knew eventually it was going to be sold to a network, so they would have the actors go in and record the same lines without the curses, with substitute words. And so um, whenever the MF word was used, they would say mother father, the mother father. Yeah. Anyway. And of course, back in the old days of Hollywood, W.C. Fields wanted to say GD, but he obviously couldn't. So he came up with Godfrey Daniels. He'd say Godfrey Daniels, and that, you know. That would be a good YouTube name, Godfrey Daniels. My uncle was a pilot in World War II, and he loved W.C. Fields, and he loved Mae West. Yeah, he was so into it. Okay. We're pulling him out. Look, there's a little cardboard background to. Man, that's pretty cool. Now, oh, they have him rubber banded in. I've never had to worry about that with Mego figures back in the 70s. Now everything is rubber banded into the package. It's really a pain in the ass. This toy would be really lame to leave in the package because you can't even see him. Okay. It looks like that's it, except for his other foot is taped in. Okay. Is he free now? Possibly. There we go. Okay. See, they've drawn lines like see the lines on the shield. They maybe I could get him in a better light. Oh, and there's a little miniature trading card down here. Breaking report coming up on the other side of this break in 90 seconds from Alex Jones talking about recent developments and comments from the EU and its leadership pertaining to depopulation. Oh. Yeah, there's been all kinds of weird trails being, flown above us, going this way and that. And then the other day, I saw 3 going up. There's no airport near here. And, I don't know what all that's about. I was seeing that before they start talking about drones. Can't rely on rogue billionaires like Elon Musk to save us time and time again. This fight is going to continue on generation after generation. So please go to the AlexJonesStore.com. We've got okay. So it's a little trading card of. It's literally flying off the shelves. I don't even need to plug it, but I'm going to plug it because it's so beneficial. It's got issue 100, which I don't have. I don't have issue 100. Okay, so I was trying to figure out what scale he is. He's smaller than Aurora model. He's more like maybe like the Aurora models from the late 70s that were smaller scale. Okay. Let's see if I can find a place to display him. Right now, more breaking news on the other side. The future of you, your family, and all of humanity. And the best Christmas gift you can give yourself and your family is to research this information for yourself. And there's really not much research to do. I'm not going to show you them saying that that's just people putting on the revenue. Where could I put this guy? Since they rolled the shots out, they admit they erase your immune system. People. Years ago. I have an idea. I'll move this guy somewhere else. Where should I put him? And since that has been destroying whatever sovereigns live in those countries, those nations with giant turmoil, oh, I see a place. Damn it. So look this up for yourself. Damn it. Take her out. I can't. Hold on. I'll show you in a minute. No, hold on. Damn it. Okay. There he is. And now, if you can see anything. All right, we got him in place. Um, Meyer says, great kept statue. It looks great out of the box. Yeah, in the box, you don't get to appreciate it, but I saw it online. That's how I knew how great it was. Gotham says, that's what's flying the drones. I need those Adams Family figures. Yeah, those, well, that's a 60s one. And that's the only, I have the Morticia and the Lily, but I don't have any of the others. And these two Elviras were painted by Joe Riley. The Hypnotic Eye creator. Thank you, Kevin, for those amazing Christmas presents you sent. I'm going to try to send an order on the 20th, which is Friday. As well, I got to get that book by that guy that puts out Monster Bash, and I got to read that, man. That's like a guy I got to meet. I got to have on my show, man. Okay. Now, what is this? Oh, I know what this is. This is a this is a store display box for that colorful creature from the Black Lagoon I had. This is the really cool thing is those are expensive, but I said, well, when you sell out and you have only like one left, I'll get the last one, and then I could maybe have the box because the box is so neat. And he said, sure. So um, so the, the box looks like this. Look at that. This will look good in the store. If I could stand up. Oh, it's getting bad again. I've been off my diet a little bit. For a while, I was able to stand up a little more easily without all the grunting and groaning. Got thrown off my diet, ladies and gentlemen. Even slipped and drank a couple of Coca-Colas, and I ate a big part of a pumpkin pie. That was, in fact, that was all I ate yesterday was pumpkin pie, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to admit that, but it is true. Okay, I see a new place for this. It's gonna go right here between the Rat Fink, the Monster Stein, the Planet of the Apes, and this later period wacky package box. I'll put over somewhere else down here, maybe. That's not my period of wacky packages. My period was much earlier, 73 through 75. He says, "You're welcome. Merry Christmas." Yes, thank you so much, man. That is fantastic. What a great thing. Okay. And now we get to the first thing I ordered, which was a bunch of comics. Big giant thing of comics here. So have any of you seen drones now? I decided to, the last minute, to put drones in the title of today's show to see if I get an increase in viewership. Is that what happened when I put Donald Trump in the name of a bunch of shows? I got a lot more viewers that were younger, but they quickly dropped off. Nobody else wraps stuff like this, not even mycomicshop.com. And they're famous for their good packing.
Let's just say a 2-month well baby visit. There's a DPT. That's 3 shots, 3 antigens. Hip, Prevnar, decon, Hep B, polio, rotavirus. 6 shots, 8 antigens.
It's going to be great. Trump's going to be like, I think he's going to come in and like turn the tables over of the money changers. It's going to be like, it's going to be epic. It's just, it's going to be great. And then I probably won't see it in my lifetime, but they're just never going to go away. It's going to be Donald Trump Jr. and then it's going to be eventually it's going to be Barron Trump going to come, and they'll never. It's That's going to be great. So, not that we ever talk about politics here. Okay. Incredible. Okay, now there's still two bundles here. It is the nature of power to consolidate, conglomerate power. A lady brought in some stuff, as I recall, that Kevin wasn't really interested in, like later period Garbage Pail Kids or something, and but she had some stuff that was just cushioning the box at the bottom, like she'd used just to keep the stuff safe. And she says, "Oh, you don't want that. That's a bunch of junk I used." And it turned out to be a bunch of mainly Charlton horror comics. So I said, "Oh man." And he said, "Let me look through them. I'll keep the ones I want, and you can have the rest." And so I think he kept two of the books. One of them was DC, and he gave me a good deal on this bundle of comics. They're wrapped like they're Hulk 181, man. It's like these are, but they should be as valuable as Hulk 181 in a perfect world. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is our military does and our president does. And for some reason, I want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy because it was the enemy that blasted, even if they were late, they blasted. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really
I mean, they happen to be able to register.
Okay, let's see what we have.
I decided to cancel my trip.
Have you received any intelligence briefing on the drone?
I don't want to comment.
Have you been?
Oh, it looks like he sent some extra books. This is a facsimile of one of those 1990s Archie comics.
Multiple injuries were reported. The scene is considered active, and the public is asked to avoid the area roads.
Incredible.
The 4900 block of Buckeye Road.
This is a book I was wanting to
This is a break-
try out. He sent me issues 6 and 16 of it. It's called Snot Girl.
Multiple injuries that have been reported.
That's Batgirl's cousin, Snot Girl.
The scene considered very much active.
One of the Legion of Substitute Heroes.
Again, this is on Madison.
Okay.
This is an abundant life Christian school.
Let me get these organized here.
I hope it's not deadly. I hope people are going to be okay. I know there's injuries. I hope everyone's going to be okay. Right.
There was a
Christian school shooting is the Nashville school shooting.
there was another shooting today. Some
brainwashing, psychological MK.
it was a girl that went in seriously dressed like Darth Vader with a Darth Vader looking helmet. That her name was Samantha, but she was going by Sam. She had well, you know what was going on there.
Individual drone use. And now there's things like the development of artificial intelligence to ramp up regulation on artificial intelligence. Every time something new is innovated, every time something good happens,
Man,
every time
I'm gonna go through all of the what's going on, man. People are commenting.
Regulate around that, to create a fence around all of those rights, liberties, successes, and values.
Well, my wife says, Kevin, I'm thinking about real tacos in Phoenix. We don't have any here. What's this about being the Grotz last show? It isn't going to be the last show. I was just in a bad mood and I was trying to get people to praise me. Just, but you know, pussy move.
Said Schmidt, a long-time prophet of the dangers of AI.
No, I was almost thinking, man, shit, fuck with it. But no, I wouldn't do that. Meyer says, I have not seen a drone. I saw a guy with a jetpack, but once I got closer, it turned out to be a leaf blower on his back. Gotham says, we have real UFOs here. That's right, man. I had pork chops for dinner, but they were cold because I was stuck working, sort of blech. I must return to my grueling task. Adieu. It's a damn shame, man. I got them for her, and they were somewhat hot when I got them, but okay.
Our universe was turned into a giant computer.
This is probably what's really happening. We think they're drones, but it's really Iron Man fighting somebody over the Capitol. This is what's happening in reality. Yeah, this is Tales of Suspense 83, which is an uncommonly good copy of a comic from that time period. And and here's Tales of Suspense 99. Now, this was the last issue before this. This was Tales of Suspense 100. It's just Captain America was given the title, and then Iron Man started over with issue number 1 of Iron Man. Actually, there was an issue in between. This story was continued in a standalone comic, Iron Man and Submariner, which I've never seen in my life, but all of you have it, of course. And then because they wrapped up the last story that was supposed to be of Iron Man Tales of Suspense and the last Submariner from Tales to Astonish, so they could both start with a fresh start in issue 1 with their origin story, as I recall. But that's something that Marvel did. The Mafia was called the Magia. Now, Was it? I don't know. I don't want to say that Martin Goodman had ties with the mafia. I doubt he did, but Martin Goodman being the publisher of Marvel, I don't know. But for some reason, they didn't want to use the name the mafia. Maybe they didn't want to. Maybe it was trademarked, copywritten name. I don't. I think they just didn't want trouble.
We're tapping into a transcendent.
So they came up with a fictional name. You know, like Ian Fleming knew there were international pirate kind of billionaires that didn't have any allegiance to any country, but were just criminals, and so he calls them Spectre. And then, of course, in Man from Uncle, it was Thrush, and Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. They're up against AIM and Hydra.
Is going into the cloud now. Whatever you do on your phone, whether it's an iPhone or an Android, all of your social media.
In reality, these are real organizations, and they really are effing with us.
That Facebook knows more about you than your best friends. Facebook knows the rest from every day.
I got the third issue. This is an artist I just discovered named Steve Mannion. So I'm real happy with that discovery.
Artificial general intelligence. Converting a person's safety.
These are all okay. Coming up are Charlton comics. They all seem to be from.
If you think we have a cult problem right now with TikTok and Instagram,
25-cent to 40-cent era. Oh yeah, Meyer Greenblatt and Get Smart was chaos. Yeah. What other?
Intelligence isn't just showing content strategically to them.
What other names do they have for?
State objective. They're going to do things like
for it.
Efficiency. Come out and say that we need to have artificial intelligence in all of our schools. They're going to have it run all of our investing, all of our health.
Yeah, Get Smart. They were control, and the enemy was chaos.
Multiverse technology that we do not understand.
I'm trying to think.
To manage humanity itself.
There were always great acronyms.
Technological innovation is inevitable.
Baron Werewolf's Haunted Library. Do I want to open these right now or do it on a live stream in the future? I don't know. Is anyone coming on tonight? Let's see if anyone wants to come on. Give it a last shot. People are probably busy. Post comment. Paste.
Mark Andreessen talking about how he's a volunteer for Doge.
Yeah, this is the link to come on. Kevin, you should show the new comics being sold. No, not tomorrow. In 2 days. There's some good stuff coming out. Baron Werewolf's Haunted Library. That's number 45.
I have an unpaid volunteer.
You're an unpaid intern.
Here's number 46.
What do you think it's going to do?
Number 49. See, by this point, 40-cent era. Okay, let's see. 1977 comics went up from 30 cents to 35 cents. So 40 cents were, what are we, about 1979? At that point, Charlton was aware that they had art by artists that fans cared about. And so they were starting to promote, all John Severin issue on a a Western comic. And this is all Ditko art.
Yes.
And I'm sure it's all reprints or mostly reprints. But that was, they were these cheaper companies like Charlton and Gold Key were starting to be aware. They're becoming self-aware that they had stuff that collectors wanted. Oh, he's at home. I forgot he's at home. It's Monday. He's not at work. If I went on tomorrow night, if Cleo's working, he'll be able to show the new books. But I asked him to hold some new books for me.
And so the president literally, like legally, quote unquote, today.
Oh, there's an absolute Batman #3.
So this is like how crazy and like weird the thing has. By the way,
There's a second issue of this new G.I. Joe that looks like it could be good.
the Constitution says
What else?
the president needs to go get Congress. It doesn't say that he has to spend.
I don't remember
So
that.
like this is the kind of
Oh well.
question. We've been living under a regime.
So you'll find out at some point.
That are probably not constitutional. So
Let's look inside this Baron Wolf's.
You're brilliant in one area.
all right, folks, we've got an incredible guest coming up on the other side. Britt T. Griffith.
I'm recording today's Alex Jones show, but Alex Jones isn't hosting it. I think he went off on assignment. There's supposed to be something. James O'Keefe is supposed to be releasing some tapes that are supposed to blow the lid off of everything. And yeah, this is definitely older Ditko art. Like I'd say this could be late 50s.
Where he lectures and leads paranormal investigations.
Um,
Joining us at 6 minutes after the hour to talk about
It's not Ditko's art didn't really change over the years, but you can just kind of tell stylistically to a certain degree by the length of people's hair when this. Oh, it's all reprints from the Tales of the Mysterious Traveler. Okay. Mysterious Traveler was a radio show, and Charlton was doing a Mysterious Traveler long after that radio show was off the air. He was the Mysterious Traveler radio show. He was kind of like this guy that would tell stories of kind of horror stories. He was like the host of the show. I don't think the Mysterious Traveler actually interacted in the show. It was more.
Everything that's in the other documents, but this dovetails all the other Rockefeller Foundation documents about the GMO.
Yeah, I have some recordings. You can probably listen to tons of Mysterious Traveler shows on YouTube. There's all new Midnight Tales. Number 16. What did you say? August the 2nd. Yes, it was Chaos for Max. But what was that enemy group that fought the Thunder Agents? Oh yeah, the Thunder Agents. I don't remember. And then Archie Comics, he was a James Bond character for a while, and he was the man from Riverdale from Riverdale, like the man from Uncle. And I forget what organization he was up against. Super Wet and Moist. I was getting the Spirit vibes from that 49. Spirit. Yeah. Well, the Mysterious Traveler wasn't a hero. He was more just a guy that told you stories. Wasn't there a TV show like that in the 80s called The Hitchhiker, where it was an episodic? I mean, it was not. It was every episode was a short story, kind of like The Twilight Zone, and there was a guy that would tell you. Am I wrong? I never watched that show, but that's basically what it is. It's some traveling guy, mysterious guy, looked like the Shadow. It would tell you stories, mysterious stories. This cover is something else, man. This is actually a great cover. Not very good light tonight, is there? Monster Hunters, number 8. Yeah, I love this stuff, man. This is the end of Charlton, man. When did Charlton finally give up the ghost? It seems like all of that lasted until the early 80s. Gold Key went under. Charlton went under. Warren went under. All about the same time. Right about the time I was graduating high school. I just remember I was telling you about how Charlton became aware they had collectible stuff. Well, Gold Key became aware that they had good artists. Gold Key comics were always the comics that had beautiful covers that looked like vintage pulps, mostly drawn by a guy named George Wilson. But when you opened it up, the art did not match the cover in quality. It was very bland, usually. But they had great artists on some of their titles. Russ Manning on Magnus Robot Fighter. They had great art in the Tarzan comic. They had great art in Uncle Scrooge or Walt Disney's Comics and Stories with Carl Barks. And Gold Key became aware, hey, there are people paying a lot of money for these Carl Barks stories, so they started reprinting the classic Uncle Scrooge. They started reprinting the 60s Magnus Robot Fighter in the late 70s. And sometimes some of the artists were better than others, but usually it was kind of. I love Gold Key. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, if you're a kid in the early '70s and you see Bernie Wrightson and like let's say you pick up an issue of Plop, the cover is by Basil Wolverton or Wally Wood. You flip through the pages, you see art by Sergio Aragones. Actually, it's Sergio Aragones. I believe it's Sergio. You see Bernie Wrightson, you see Michael Plug over at Marvel, you see all these artists, Val Mayrick, and then you open up a Gold Key comic, and it, but oh, they had Al Williamson do the Gold Key Flash Gordon. He was great. It was, but you know what I loved? Man, I loved that Star Trek comic Gold Key put out. That comic was hilarious, and the covers were so great. All the covers were great. Gold Key is a wonderful company. But you know what I mean about the art. It just. But you look at it now and you realize the art wasn't that bad compared to the shit they're putting out today. Look at this, the Kraken. Charlton, of course, had early art by John Byrne, and Charlton had E-Man right about the time I was in fourth grade. That was no. Oh no, Drew, no. Drew was about to try to lick this. I gotta move this stuff, man. There you go, man. Drew is gonna lick this Vampira figure, man. No. Keep away from that, Drew. I gotta just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta be moving this stuff because the dog's gonna lick it, man. She's like. Remember Divine and her son licked everything in the house of their enemy, and everything they licked would like they licked the couch, and then when their enemy came in because they were in a comp. Divine was trying to be in a what was it? She was trying to be get the honor of the most disgusting woman alive, and like the National Enquirer or one of those tabloids. So, and then there was another woman that was trying to be the most disgusting woman alive. So she went into her house and licked everything in the house, and everything she licked would magically throw the woman, like if she licked the couch. When the woman tried to sit on her couch, she would be thrown off the couch by the magic power of Divine. You got to watch Pink. Well, maybe you don't. Pink Flamingos is a fun movie, but it's not for everyone. I don't know if I should recommend it to you because you might get upset. It's like that goddamn Ratu recommended Pink Flamingos to me. But I certainly first time we saw that it was the mid '80s. We rented it on VHS, and it was like, damn, that Alan recommended this to us. But then I thought, well, afterwards I was thinking, man, the movie's horrifying, but I did. I think I kind of liked it, and I went back and watched it a second time, and I loved it. Uh, Part of it is just it's scored with all this great 1950s music, and of course, that's the most horrifying thing possible for for hippies is to hear 1950s music. They hate it, and and John Waters knew that, so and he loved that music, so he filled his music with his movie with it, and it was all to everything he could do to provoke. But the scene of Divine walking down the street to Little Richard's "The Girl Can't Help It" is one of the great scenes in Hollywood history. See, this is exactly what Chip Creep Napalm was talking about because he has a bunch of pinball machines and arcade machines. What happens is when you when you have them, you wind up putting stuff on top of them, and and then it's like that's why he won't show us his arcade because here's pictures of me like in third or fourth grade that are just here randomly. Man. Um, okay, what are people talking about here? Myers says, "Man from Riverdale battled Crush. It was a play on Thrush from Man from Uncle OK." Yeah, I have those comics. I just don't remember. Super Wet and Moist says that number 8 Monster Hunters is absolutely beautiful, yeah, isn't it? August said even Jimmy Olsen in the '60s got into the fad by becoming Agent 006 and a half. August Ascetic never heard the Traveler radio series that Grotz mentioned, but I heard the Whisperer series, which was an anthology too. Wasn't Fred Flintstone also a secret agent? Yeah, he was the man from Flintstone, or was that what it was called? Oh, the man called Flintstone. That's what it was called. Meyer and Jethro Bodine. Yeah, I feel like I remember Jethro was a secret agent for an episode. If he wasn't, he should have been. You know, he's still alive. I didn't realize any of the cast of Beverly Hillbillies was still around. August Ascetic. Don't know if Fred was one. All I know is he had a Martian friend. Yeah, it was a feature film, The Man Called Flintstone, and there's a great looking femme fatale in that, who has this hat and it's like she's got a mask. It's really cool looking, evil cave spy woman. Look it up online. Um, yeah, there was the biggest fads in the '60s. You know, someone said you can sum up whole of the '60s with three B's: the Beatles, Bond, and Batman, and pretty much everything came from those fads. But there were other fads too. Those are the main ones, but there was also slot car racing and monsters, all kinds of stuff. Okay, dog stole my seat, man. Oh, you mangy cur. Okay. I've got whole sheets of these. If you'd like to put them on your comic boxes, I can send some of those out to you guys.
They're not saying they're drones. They're not saying anything more about them. Basically, acting like they don't know what they are or where they're from. But despite all the fake stuff,
in the '60s, there was even an issue of Bob Hope where he was a secret agent. Sure. Okay, R-Man Flint. What was his organization and what were the bag? There was, oh yeah, no, the girls. He went up against a girl.
there was a lot of teasing of these UAPs.
There was,
There were congressional hearings. There were whistleblowers coming out.
man, why can't I remember this stuff? There was tons. There were tons. There were so many different organizations. Now we just know them as
and now we see this
World Economic Forum, Vanguard, State Street. What's the other one?
Whistleblowers from a couple of years ago priming the psychology of the masses for something like this to happen.
Yeah. Who would James Bond go up against today? Pfizer? Who are the ultimate? Who are the really evil? Someone like, instead of Goldfinger, he'd go Fauci is Klaus Schwab. I mean, there's real life James Bond villains out there. Look at this, man. Is that incredible or what? How long have I been on, man? I could go through these in more detail soon. I don't know if that's going to do it tonight.
And they do long-term planning. If you watch any of the
Monster Hunters.
World Economic Order stuff and the Davos stuff,
That reminds me of someone. I forget who. Someone in the news. Here's the Gold Key comic that everyone's forgotten. Shroud of Mystery. I have one of these. I have a copy of this, but it had been rescued from a fire. And it was 60 cents. They had it for sale for like a quarter in some Kmart or something. Speaking of Shroud of Mystery, there's a movie on, I think I saw that it's on Tubi, and it's about the Shroud of Turin being stolen, and the Archangel Michael comes down and fights to get it back or something. Does anyone know what the name of that movie is? I saw someone talking about it on Facebook. On the Splix. And the Flint films, I remember Victor Buono headed an enemy organization. Yeah, and then there was another one where he was up against an all-woman organization. Okay, so old-time radio horror shows. There's people on YouTube that have 12-hour streams of that stuff. But I would recommend one show that's especially early called The Witches, or it's either The Witch, I think it's The Witch's Tale. And that's pretty much where the old witch from EC came from. It's just like you're reading an EC comic. And that was early, that was from the 30s. And then Inner Sanctum had a host that was kind of like the crypt keeper, the vault keeper. His name was Raymond. And that show's the one that opened with a creaking door. And that they did a parody of it called Outer Sanctum in the early EC Mad. And the thing about Raymond, he was this creepy host, and he would interact with the sponsor, which was like a coffee company, I think, or a tea company, and he would try to shock her, when they went to the commercial at the beginning. So it's basically like if the Crypt Keeper and the Tales from the Crypt TV show had a sponsor, some straight-laced old lady, and they bantered back and forth before they told the story each week. Someone's trying to come in. I see a red dot. Who could that be? Why, it's Meyer Greenblatt.
Hey, how's it going?
Greenblatt. How you doing?
I'm just sitting here watching you on TV, and I was like, I might as well just click on the thing and just talk and just join the conversation.
Sure, thank you.
Just like,
August Aesthetic. Now that Grotz mentions radio shows, my fave was Shandu, which subsequently became a movie serial starring Bela Lugosi. Yeah, Shandu the Magician was great. There was also another show called Escape, which was really good. Another one called Suspense. That was really great. Suspense, Inner Sanctum are probably the most famous horror shows from that era. And they're all very influential on EC Comics and later Warren. This is the stuff that those guys that did the EC Comics grew up with, that and the pulps. Old radio was great. Now that show I was telling you, Inner Sanctum, that had the squeaking door intro, the same guy that produced that show later in the 70s did the CBS Radio Mystery Theater that was on CBS radio stations, and he did the same squeaking door on that, although that show was not as lurid and fun as the old time radio. I mean, it was good. It was very much like old time radio, but somehow it seemed a little neutered. If you actually listen to the real old time radio, it was like It was like the difference between reading an EC comic and something more tame from the 70s as far as comics go. Look at this this hippie vampire, man. Oh, let me make myself a little bigger here. Um, layout.
I got another thing. So Sean
Oh,
Wash on Twitter
okay.
posted this thing
Man. I'll do it.
87,
Why is because it's nighttime. That's why my light's so bad.
there is an agreement in New Jersey with the government to open up a corridor.
Man, do you see he's got a peace sign medallion? And
Yeah.
he's got his hair slicked back like a rockabilly guy. And there's a wonder who painted this. It's really pretty good. There's the bat flying in front of him.
So I think that might be legitimate.
Yeah, man.
But then people started freaking out.
Oh, there's a new issue of Plastic Man. I think Kevin pulled the first issue of Plastic Man for me, and I still haven't gotten it. And this is probably the third or fourth issue, and I probably not able to follow the storyline anymore. Hopefully it shows him melting on the front cover. That's coming out soon.
Yes. I know my drone. So my drone, I was gonna send it up in the air with the light.
I guess that's got to be a Steve Ditko cover.
But because I'm within 30 miles of distance.
Ghostly Tales from the Haunted House.
Reaching out to the drone.
This one's not as good a shape as some of them, but it's all right.
Are these all books from Kevin?
I'm sorry?
Are these all books that you got from Kevin?
Yeah, these are books that the lady that came into his store just put on the bottom of the box just to cushion the stuff she thought was valuable. And like it's happened several times with it's like someone brings in something they think is valuable, and what they think you don't want that. It's the stuff he really wants. Like this guy, maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, brought in. Oh, I got these great old comics from the 90s, and he wasn't interested in any of those. And he says, well, I also have these boxes of stuff of my mom's. You probably don't want that. And he looked at it, and he at first it was all 50s. That was that great collection I think we all picked through. And then someone came in and just bought all of them before we could.
I remember all the Dells from last year, 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, that was good. It was during the summer. It was the summer before last, I think. This is what was the name of the artist that did E-Man? Was it Staten or something like I forget his name.
Staten or Joe Staten?
Something like that. This looks like his style, especially that lettering. This is probably him. Yeah, he was great. E-Man was what?
I think he drew some $6 million man, right?
Did he draw a cover of that? Maybe.
Yeah, I think he drew a cover, maybe even the interiors for. I think I have like the first 3 issues of that. Remember the Charlton $6 Million Man?
Yeah. That comic.
I feel like he worked on that.
Yeah, but there was also a $6 Million Man magazine that Charlton put out, and it had Neil Adams art. Did Neil Adams do anything for the color $6 Million Man comic?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
And then the Space 1999 book was it Neil Adams? I know they had
yeah, I think it was
Gray Morrow, I think, drawing for it. But both maybe?
I have this, I just happen to have on the table at the top of a stack of magazines is the Mad Christmas issue from 1977, and it has $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman. Remember, and they're giving each other presents, and they're hiding him behind their backs. He's giving her a Duracell, and she's giving him an Ever Ready.
I remember that. But what was weird to me?
Painted. Like, what's his name again? This painter that does these covers.
What you got to do to clean up this mess? Because
wait, what are you asking now? Who does the painted covers?
Does a lot of this cover of this Mad magazine, the Bionic Man and Bionic Woman cover. Joe Rucker or something like that. What is it? Jack? Jack.
Well,
It's J. It
well,
just says
Norman Mingo
JL.
did a lot of covers in that time period, but that artist there, Rickard or something.
Yeah, something like that. See, look. Hold on, let me see if I can turn my camera right here.
Yeah, that's not Norman Mingo. That's I think his name was Rickard or something.
Jack Rickard or something like that.
Maybe something like that.
Yeah.
That I remember that. What's a mystery to me is how $6 Million Man wound up with Charlton. Why wouldn't Marvel pick that character up, but they would pick up the Man from Atlantis? Not that the Man from Atlantis was a bad TV show, but why wouldn't the producers of $6 Million Man go with a bigger company?
Right, and why would they end up instead of getting $6 Million Man, they get Man from Atlantis, right? You know what I mean? It's just like you
Yeah,
said.
maybe they got Man from Atlantis because they were kicking themselves about not getting $6 Million
That's what
Man.
I
But
thought too. That's what I thought too. They're like wishing they had took $6 Million Man at the beginning and they missed out.
$6 Million Man, I don't think was a success for Charlton. I never saw those books. I only saw one issue of Space 1999 that I bought. They just weren't distributed that well. Yeah. Yep. I remember.
They say that people go on their balcony drinking coffee and see a little fly. So I forgot.
August Ascetic says, besides Plastic Man, I used to like the other Elastic Hero, the Elongated Man. He and his wife were inspired by the old movies where William Powell teamed up with Myrna Loy. Yeah, I love the Thin Man movies. I didn't know the Elongated Man was inspired by that.
I didn't know that either. But I did like the Elongated Man too.
Oh, sure.
It was just because I think I was reading Detective Comics, right? And it was the backup in Detective Comics always,
I think so.
or not always, but for a long time.
Yeah.
People that live.
So there you have it. I mean, what do you think of that? It implies to me I'm so government. I know.
Oh, look at this! Wow, this is cool. So this is he's doing what I did. I bought my first artificial Christmas tree this year. And this is
Yeah, I remember that one like yesterday. Well, see, that's become more now people really do that with those inflatable yard art. I always hated those inflatable things. They're usually like all deflated in people's yards. My gosh, yeah, I remember that. Ugh. Probably shouldn't show that too long. I'll get in
Oh yeah,
trouble
I
with
just did that.
YouTube.
I was ogling it because I think it's funny.
Yeah.
So I
Do you
remember
remember when
this. When
National
I got
Lampoon?
this, I can remember uh, my mother saw it. So let's see, what's the year on this? It's January 75, so it would have been Christmas of 74.
Uh,
So we were I had just turned 12. So yeah, I bought this and brought this home, and she saw this, and she didn't take it away or anything, but she was probably like, ew, that's disgusting. What is that? Or something like that. I was like, it's just comics, Mom. See, look at this comic.
you're talking about that creepy cover there?
Yeah, this one.
I
But yeah,
don't
she
have
saw it,
that
and I felt
issue.
terrible,
What's
but
going
she
on?
saw it. I was hoping she wouldn't see this. This is way worse than a Vampirella cover.
Yeah, I don't really. I've always just seen little miniature versions of it. What is he doing there?
He's at somebody's house, and in his bag that's supposed to have gifts, it's human entrails.
Oh yeah, okay,
And
yeah,
these elves are going, and he's got a big bag of guts.
right. Yeah, yeah.
What is this? Reflections of a golden spike. What is this?
Perhaps one of the Soviet era nukes that was in Ukraine.
There was a issue of National Lampoon where they got some guy that looked exactly like Hitler, and they went to they filmed a photo shoot where he's on some island in the Caribbean
Oh yeah, I
with,
have that issue. It's great.
and
Yeah,
and I think they had him on the cover, and he looked exactly like him.
it's a great cover.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're putting your Christmas stuff together? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I have all these Christmas magazines and Christmas comics on the table, so I'm just showing you what's on the coffee table.
Oh, yeah. August Ascetic
Benjamin
says,
has
yes,
collected
Grotz writer Gardner Fox said he took the idea of Thin Man for a elongated man, the idea of a jet set couple who solves mysteries as a hobby. Cool.
So these were great in these old 1970s National Lampoons. This guy, I think his name is Gahan Wilson. He did a regular strip. I think it was called Nuts. And these strips were always about him remembering his childhood. Remember that, Ratu?
Right.
And they're actually really funny and kind of horrifying and very relatable, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I don't know, Calvin and Hobbes, but it's edgy. Oh, look at this, White House Romance. Is that Trisha Nixon? Is that who that is?
Probably. I haven't looked at this issue in years.
Oh no, that's Prince Charles. Oh yeah, it's Trisha Nixon and Prince Charles. Trisha and the Prince.
Oh my gosh. You know, a magazine's old when Prince Charles is like a teenager. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's probably pronounced Gahan. I always pronounce it Gahan, but I had no idea. It's my 10-year-old mind pronouncing it. When I was in fourth grade, my brother gave me a poster he had in his dorm room, and it was it was a poster by him, this guy on a battlefield, and everything's destroyed around him, and something like, "Did we win yet?" or something. I forget, something like that. David Swenson says China. China, I don't follow. Were we talking about China? Oh yes, the Santa Claus being shot down by the Chinese plane.
Oh yeah, by the red
I was
Chinese.
wondering, what are you talking about?
The MiG.
I was just rubbing my nose, and it's like, oh, I was handling a mask. That's why my fingers smell that way.
It looks like these are
It's a
mostly
certain smell you get from handling
Gold Key
masks.
and Dell comic.
Yeah, yeah.
Or Hillary Clinton did, or Rumsfeld did, or Colin Powell did. You can go back all the way to Kissinger.
Yeah, those covers are great. Those painted Disney covers are great.
Because when I was on Ghost Hunters International, I made a lot of friends with people in different countries.
But Gold Key had never given Carl Barks credit, and then they realized all these fans knew him as they knew there's one artist that's really good. They called him the Good Duck Artist, and then they finally, I guess, in the late '60s, found out, oh, his name is Carl Barks, and then Gold Key realized we need to reprint all these Carl Barks stories because they'll
Yeah,
sell
I saw
to.
a documentary about that, talking about that. I think it might have been called The Good Duck Artist.
Oh, I need to. Yeah, if you find that, send me a link to it. I didn't even know. You may have told me that before, but I forgot.
From 97, 2000 right now. That are just gone. We have reports that, what is there, 80 nukes from Ukraine?
But in the '70s, these comics were kind of boring, except for the ones that the Carl Barks reprints. Or in that case, that looks like Walt Kelly.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, or Walt Kelly, because he was doing
Yeah,
it at the same time.
but I don't know if Walt Kelly did the interiors or he just did covers on these books. Did he do interiors?
I think he did. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
We could look
Well,
and
I
see.
just know that you could tell
He was
an
doing
Uncle
other
Scrooge
interiors
story that
for
Carl Barks
other
did was.
comics as well.
Chemical signature nuclear bomb. I've gone through all this in my head and
These are just really nice. Look, somebody did the dot to dot already.
watched all that I can on it from these so-called experts.
Yeah, that doesn't. I don't think that damages it. It's
No, I
done
think it looks
neatly.
nice.
It
It's
looks
a really
kind of
nice back
cool.
cover. This is the really cool looking ad in the back cover.
Yeah.
And dot.
Is that when the movie was coming out in theaters? Probably.
All cartoons features. It sure looks like it's 6 years in the making. It's an ad for the Cinderella movie.
When did that come out? About 1957? I'm not really
No, it's
sure.
1950. This is Christmas
Ooh,
of
early.
1950. This is February 1950. This comic. So it's Christmas of 49.
Wow.
This is when the stands in the supermarket, December 1949.
Oh, that's cool.
It is cool. It's neat. Yeah, so I guess Cinderella must have come out in 1950. Does that seem right? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any. Yeah,
It
it's
smells
hard
so
to.
good, guys.
It's hard to
You
put
smell
a.
so, certain comics have certain distinctive smells, but for some reason to me, these old 40s and 50s Dells smell a little different. Paper's a different quality or something. Heavy.
They don't have as much of a smell, or it's just a different
No, it's a
smell.
strong, it's a different smell. It's a nice smell, but it's a different one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
A little bit different.
I think they had maybe higher quality paper.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think it's higher quality. It's heavier, thicker paper than.
You don't really see old Dells turning brown. I don't think I've ever. Even the super
I don't
old
have
ones are
any.
pretty white.
So you're absolutely right, dude. I didn't think about that. You can take me off this thing. I'm gonna turn my camera off anyway. But
Oh, sorry.
so I have a pretty big collection of old Dell comics, of a lot of old four colors and low grade stuff, right? That I just bought from my comic shop over the years. But it's a pretty big collection, and none of it is brittle. It's not brittle, falling apart and chipping the way that the stuff from the 60s does, right? The way that
Yeah.
like all that, not at all. It's all very supple and well, you've seen what they look like.
Well, Marvel was notorious for chipping, and also if those 60s Marvels weren't stored right, a lot of them are very brownish. There's an inside cover, very
Yeah,
brown.
you're right. Yeah.
That was, but then I spent most of my life in Texas. So these are comics from Texas that been in attics and stuff. So of course, but I think, yeah, Dell, Gold Key, they always seem very supple and white. DC seems like they don't. Marvel was just printed, I think, a little cheaper. But they were, they were a smaller company, and but that's why it's when like Kevin got those Tales of Suspense and Tales to Astonish. I got two more of them tonight that are in such high grade condition. It's so cool, and I've got a few more he's got on hold for me. Did you see that book that he showed the other night? Well, it's like an autobiography about the childhood of the guy that does Monster Bash magazine.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw that. I heard you guys talking about it. I saw the cover of the book.
I'm
Yeah,
really eager to get that. I'm going to try to order that from him on Friday when.
it looks interesting. His name is Jack Rickard. I just saw that. The name of
Oh
that.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that looks interesting. That that book. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a tire shop, like I'm working in a Goodyear around all the tires because my fingers after handling that mask. Uh, yeah.
What mask were you handling?
He. I'll show you. He sent me a bunch of Christmas presents, and
I saw some of that, but I didn't see the mask.
yeah, well, that was the first thing I think I pulled out. So you might not have tuned in yet.
Speaking of which, I can
Um,
grab. I got a couple new ones too. Once you show that, I'll show what I.
oh yeah, that was the other night you were on, and I didn't get a chance to go to you, and you
Yeah,
were
well,
in to watch
I
a
didn't get
game.
much. I got two new masks and two new comics. So it's not like it was a big shipment or anything.
It's this Eddie Munster looking guy from Trick or Treat Studios here. You see him?
Whoa, that guy looks cool.
Yeah.
That's really neat. Have you tried it on yet?
No, actually, I guess I should.
Nice. That looks great. I don't know who this is. He's kind of got like, what are those, like syphilic chancroids on his face? Or those, what are those things? Moles?
Yeah.
He looks great though. I've never seen that mask.
It's from Trick or Treat Studios.
I have like I think one of the ones that I bought from him recently is Trick or Treat, or a couple. Both of them are, I think.
It says it's got it right here. Trick or Treat Studios, sculpted by Aaron Lewis, made in Mexico. Oh, it's called Shockabilly.
Oh,
So
that's what
yeah,
the
he,
name is, Rockabilly. Okay.
yeah. So
Oh, it's like a rockabilly shock monster.
yeah, the Cramps. Um, they people are trying to figure out a name for their sound, and there were some magazines calling it Shockabilly, some are calling it Psychobilly, and some are
Yeah,
calling
it
it
is psychobilly. I remember hearing it called psychobilly.
right. And then others, there was some other word, but Psychobilly kind of was taken over by these bands from England that do cramp style music. I never really liked a lot of those British bands, the Meteors, and it's like I just I don't want to hear. Um,
I never listened to him.
it's they all
Never
kind of
did.
sound alike. My wife disagrees about that, but I like the Cramps. They're all influenced by the Cramps, but rockabilly needs to be. I hate the sound. I just think it should be recorded by people from the United States because
Yeah, that makes
it's
sense.
a very American thing. It's like,
Well,
but
it's kind of like I mean, sure, I love Led Zeppelin and everything, but it's still to this day still kind of insulting hearing Robert Plant singing uh American rhythm and blues music, like singing like he's like Robert Johnson, like his lyrics. You understand what
right,
I'm
right, yeah,
saying?
yeah, sure, yeah,
Yeah, so it's like even though I love Led Zeppelin, it's still kind of insulting what they did. You know what I mean?
yeah. I heard James Gunn was talking about how much because someone I guess was talking about why did you use Led Zeppelin on the mixtape that Star Lord's mom left for him when she passed away, and it's like obviously,
What
well,
did
I
he
hate
say?
Led Zeppelin.
Oh, he said he hates Led Zeppelin.
Well, he says, well, he says as a musician, I kind of resent that they were stealing,
Oh, okay. Yeah, same thing.
but I'm really in a I don't know what to think of Creature Commandos. I mean, I kind of like it, and I kind of there's stuff I dislike about it that I think is real problem. I don't want to use the word problematic. Uh, I don't know. I'll keep watching and figure out what I think. But
These
I
eyeballs that Kevin sent, they really make this mask. So these
it,
eyeballs they can transform a gorilla mask. If you
yeah,
just pop them in there between the mask and whatever you have the mask on, and you can pull it off and get it angled the right way, or however you pull it off, it will change the mask. It will make it come to life, and you can have personality with it. See, look, I
yeah,
used them on
especially
this man
a,
too.
a blue-eyed gorilla.
Yeah,
um,
what can you do? I mean, it would be nice if
no,
they
I
were
love
brown, but it
it.
doesn't really matter.
I'm not knocking it. It's funny.
Hmm.
Um,
Now, my son brought me these Santa hats because I said I need two Santa hats for the shock monster and the teenage freak monster there. So I
yeah,
got
I've got
Santa
a.
hats for
I
there and there. See how there's my lineup right now.
Yeah, you're going to be like Kevin. I've got a Santa hat on my shock monster too, but uh, I'm kind of wanting to get cigarettes for them.
Oh yeah, I have cigarettes.
Ship Creep says I use those eyes in my mask as well. They are great. Except you'll probably
Yeah.
pull them out of their mouth to smoke 'em. I need a fake cigarette, but it's
This
probably
is new.
cheap.
I just got this witch from him, and it's great. The
Oh
paint, the
yes, is that
paint
part?
apps on it are like a dark ride. Like I can't wait to this underneath a black light is really gonna pop.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't have a black light yet, but the colors on it really look a lot like a dark ride or like a carnival. Oh, I forgot. Look at this. So I don't know what happened the other night. The other night I got a little creative, and I don't know. I was in a Christmas spirit, and I was putting all these Barbies away. There was like a whole stack of Barbies, a box of Barbies. I was organizing, looking for gifts, for the girls and stuff. And I do like an out call dancing experience for Peter Parker and Flash Thompson. So like this lady back here, she's like a sex trafficker. She's the lady that delivers the girls to the house and then she stands at the door. Sometimes they've got a big muscle guy there, but nowadays they don't really need the muscle guys anymore because everybody has cell phones. But then you see we've got like it's a full on adult experience for Peter. He's and then his buddy here, Flash. It's Flash Thompson.
Who's playing Flash Thompson? What is that, Ken?
It's just some Ken. It's the actual disabled Ken that came in this wheelchair.
Oh, okay.
He's not really disabled. That's kind of the funny irony of the Barbie toy line is that the most articulated Barbies that they make, the ones that you can pose to do stuff like this, they're the ones that they use to put in the wheelchair.
I was thinking, how are you positioning that Barbie on the left like that? I didn't think they could bend like that.
She's also she's like a yoga instructor Barbie, and so she has the ability. She's fully articulated.
My God, well, that's nice.
I'm creative. You got to stay. You got to keep young in your mind. You stay creative. Look at this looks terrible right here.
Is that guy about to be shot in the face by an arrow at point blank range?
This guy got hit already. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Hey, look, they're making color forms. This is some sort of like I don't know, anniversary color form set or something. Color Forms Classic 1972 official reproduction.
Huh.
So I bought it for my granddaughter. It's sealed, so I didn't open it to see how it is, but looks like that's what it is. It's it's like they remade it. It would be cool if they did a Batman version or another or something. What else could they do color forms that was good that we had?
Well, I have a Planet of the Apes. I have a Spider-Man, Batman one, a Mickey Mouse one. I think. Oh, I have a Pee Wee's Playhouse one too.
Oh wow.
That would probably sell if they reproduced that.
Yeah, I think it would. You're right.
They did a big one and a small one.
What else? I pulled this. I think this is the next. I haven't been, doing all this Christmas stuff, so I haven't really finished decorating the house much. But I pulled out this Josie Wales poster. And I think I'm going to put that in the living room somewhere. It looks pretty good out there.
Yeah, that's cool.
Kind of looks good. Like it's one of those things where it's like it looks good if it's like right here's what I was thinking. Kind of looks good behind the door over here. Like if that wall has big stuff on it, like if I go boom, boom, boom. So I think I'm going to do 3 there and maybe like 4 or 5. These have got to move.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's about it.
Explain, and it's hard to tell people who just don't believe. They don't want to believe. They don't believe. Think it's all demon stuff. I don't think it's that. They don't want, and they articulate it, and they go, "I don't believe it."
What do you think is going on with these drones?
I guess it was yesterday or maybe the day before. Maybe the day before yesterday. My cousin sent me a link of that same, the link that's been going around now for a couple of days of that guy that works as a drone manufacturer, that talking about his theory. That one makes the most sense to me, that it is the government and that they're sniffing for nukes or they're sniffing for some sort of WMD. Makes the most sense.
Yeah, they say there were some radioactive materials that are missing that were sent to that part of the country, and the box showed up ripped open, but nothing was there. So they're just lying and trying not to make people panic. And Trump's saying, why don't they tell the public? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah. Um,
all these recordings during the stealth bomber era of development that people were reporting all these strange wing flying things, and the government was
So-
the government hides stuff when it's experimenting and stuff. Yeah. Which I get, I understand, but
I've been recording off of Internet Archive, and they have a whole bunch of Hanna-Barbera complete series. They have
Oh, really? What are they?
all the
What are they?
Herculoids, all the Fantastic Fours, um, yeah, a lot of Scopatones, and I've never seen some of them, like Butch Cassidy, I guess, is a modern
Yeah.
singer or something. I've never seen the Hardy Boys. I don't know, not Hardy Boys. It's Butch
Yeah, there was
Cassidy,
a
and
Hardy
they
Boys
have
one. There's a Hardy Boys one too, where the same type of
yeah,
thing, where
yeah, I
it's
know,
a
but it
mystery show with a musical thing.
another thing that I'd never seen, and I only remember it from the ads in the comic books for the 1972 like ABC lineup. There must
Mhm.
have been something on another channel that I watched religiously every Saturday morning, and it's called the Roman Holidays. Did you ever watch that?
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, I watched it.
It was, you know,
I
the
feel like the
Flintstones
Roman
and the
Holidays
Jetsons.
was
This
a
is a
prime time
family
show.
in
It was a
the
prime
in
time
ancient
show.
Rome.
Yeah, it was a prime time. It was a prime time show. That's why you didn't see it. It wasn't a Saturday
Oh,
morning show. It came on like at like 7:30 at night, like on a Friday or a Saturday night, I think. It was an evening show. It was a derivative of Love American Style. So Love American Style had a segment once that was it was the beginning of it was like the pilot episode of the Roman holidays, and then they
okay.
made the show, and it was like I'm pretty sure the time slot in California was like 7:30 or 8 o'clock on a Friday or
Okay.
Saturday night when I
It
watched
must have started as that and then moved to Saturday morning, like the
it.
Flintstones. Because
And
I
it was right
remember,
around the same time of that the show called Wait Till Your Mother Gets Home. Remember that? It
I
was another primetime
I've
show.
seen,
Very
yeah,
similar. Very
I've
similar.
seen an episode of it, but not back then. Um, I think Roman Holidays was on Saturday morning in the 72, 73 season, so it must have been on prime time the year before. And that's what Johnny Quest was a primetime show. That's why it was more adult.
Right. And
And then it
Flintstones.
went to Saturday morning.
Flintstones.
Same thing with Flintstones. And I think the Jetsons was primetime also, if I'm not mistaken. This is before my
I mean,
time.
sure that makes sense. It would be, yeah.
And the reason I have a hole in my television knowledge from 1969 to 72 is we were living in Germany and I wasn't around American TV. I saw some American shows on the Armed Forces channel, but it was only one channel and they had shows from the three networks. And they weren't shown on the same nights as they were back in the States. And it was all a mishmash. And some of them weren't even on the air anymore, like Star Trek. So, yeah, so, you know, you asked me about, so I don't really have that much memory of like 70, 71, that time period. When we came back to the States, that was when the Groovy Ghoulies was on Saturday morning. I remember that was one of the first things I saw. We were staying in a motel and I went into the lobby and the Groovy Ghoulies was on. And I knew they existed, but isn't it weird there was never a comic book of the Groovy Ghoulies? But since it was an Archie spinoff on television, it almost would have had to have been done by the Archie company. It would have been weird for Gold Key to do a Groovy Ghoulies cartoon when they were enmeshed with Sabrina. But why wouldn't they ever put the Groovy Ghoulies in the Sabrina comic? It seems like it would have been logical to do that.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. They did it with the cartoon. And right, I mean, they crossed over in their cartoon universe, Groovy Ghoulies and Sabrina crossed over. And I
Yeah.
think at the end, like maybe when we were in high school, there might even have been like a Groovy Ghoulies Sabrina Hour or something in about 1982 or 81. I feel like
Yeah, that
Filmation at the end, they were like rehashing stuff. And
yeah. Well, I mean, maybe because they weren't characters that were brought from the comic book, they were created by Filmation. Maybe they wanted to hold on to them. I don't know. Sometimes rights are weird. Like Red Sonja is not um, is no longer is the rights to Red Sonja comic books are at a different comic company as the Conan. The characters are separate. When they were, initially well, Red Sonja was really created by Roy Thomas. I mean, the name Red Sonja, Robert E. Howard came up with that, but it was a completely different character. But the character of Red Sonja, who's a contemporary of Conan, is Roy Thomas. And yet, and then so when Robert E. Howard's family or whatever, whoever owns that stuff, took the rights away from Marvel, Red Sonja went with that, even though it was it's all very complicated. I don't know how it works, but it's a shame that Red Sonja is put out by Dynamite, which is such a crummy company, I think. Yeah.
can I ask you a question about the stuff that I was reading in the 80s as a kid, like in high school, and the paperback stuff, like the L. Sprague de Camp and Lynn Carter? What were they doing? Like, were they finishing like outlines or like partially begun stories or out stuff that they had of Howard's, and then they were finishing it for him? How are they making new stories? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that's exactly what they were doing. They the Robert E. Howard didn't write those stories in sequence. He wrote it like like, let's say you're talking about George Washington's life. There, when George Washington was 35, he did this, and then the next story, of Weird Tales, with Conan. It's like, here's a story when he was 17, and then here's a story when he was 60, when he's king of Aquilonia, and it's like you're talking like he's a real historical figure, and you're just not. Okay, here's when he was a pirate, and he didn't do it in order, but when they reprinted those stories in the 60s, I think they put them into order, which is not how they're originally published. And then they filled in stuff. I think, yeah, there was a lot of unfinished stuff that Robert E. Howard left. He wasn't, planning on deleting himself. That was just something happened when he found out his mother had died, and he just flipped out. Um, so,
No, did he ever leave? Like, did he ever meet anybody in person? Like, I know that he was like friends with some of these guys, the contemporaries that were also writing for Weird Tales. Like, they were corresponding, right? Like, he had
what it
made
was,
friends with like,
yeah,
is it August or Leth? Is that the guy's name? Or there were a
August.
couple people that
I
were
always thought it
friends
was
with him.
I thought it was pronounced Derleth, but I've never heard anyone pronounce it in my life. So my only thing is what's inside my cranium is like I hear these names, and then YouTube comes along and I hear other people pronounce the names, and it's like, wait, that's not how I ever pronounced it. Like always in my mind, I say Gahan Wilson, but you're right, it's probably Gahan.
Yeah,
It makes
probably.
total sense. Um, but it's just the way I pronounce something when I'm 10 that sticks with me. Yeah, what's weird, I noticed watching the Spider-Man 1967 cartoon, I saw Lynn Carter's name as one of the writers at the end,
Really?
and, and it was a fricked up episode where these lizard creatures were under the earth. I mean, that cartoon took Spider-Man to all kinds of weird places that it wasn't just in New York City. Um,
I love that cartoon. That cartoon was in when I was about fifth. It was about fifth and sixth grade when we were in fifth or sixth grade. So 75 or 76. That was in permanent Monday through Friday rotation about 3:30 in the afternoon. So as soon as you got home from school off the bus, Spider-Man was ready to start. And we didn't, I mean, I didn't miss an episode. I watched every single one.
Yeah, the music just sticks in your head. It's just constantly echoing in your head. It's fantastic. Um, oh boy, this I saw some pictures of this shooter today in Wisconsin, and it looked like a full trench coat with like a Darth Vader German looking black helmet, all in black. This girl, it must be that maybe they inject them with testosterone and it makes them, I don't know what they do to them. Samantha had become Sam and went into a Christian school that I guess she or he was attending and started doing bad things. Um, it's funny how just well, I don't want to talk about that. But there's nothing funny about it. It's weird that all of a sudden all these Sers seem to be TGers. But anyway,
Yeah, I read some of her stuff on her. She had a Discord, and that person that committed that crime today was a radicalized feminist. She was like she was like a Amazon or something. She believed in the extermination of men. She was a misandrist, I believe is what
well,
the word is.
yeah, I saw some
She
distraught.
was a feminine supremacist. It was toxic femininity killed those people today.
Do you remember Savage Tales #1 with the Femazons? It was like,
Yeah,
it was
that's what
like
she was. I'm
it was
serious. When
like
you read,
Wonder
once
Woman times
tomorrow they'll put
10
it
with,
all out. You'll be able to read what she wrote, but if they don't erase it all, but she's a feminine supremacist, is what she was.
well, maybe you could send me a link to that. There's also, they said a
Yeah,
manifesto, but it's locked behind some wall they can't get to yet. But that's interesting. Yeah, yeah. Because remember, Thundra from that joined the Fantastic Four for a while was like was one of the Femazons. Um, it's like a reverse Gore, I think. You know, where the guys were like cavemen.
yeah, it was great. I liked
And when I
Thunder.
first started buying Fantastic Four, she was just joining because the Invisible Girl or woman had, was
Mhm.
raising her son. And uh, let's see, what's with the clickbait title? Gardens and Life with the Harris Family.
What
Oh,
did it say? What was the
is it a
the name?
clickbait title? We're talking about it. I guess I
Gardens and
brought
Life.
someone.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about that,
It's a,
Harris
yeah.
family.
Well, no, it's not clickbait. We're talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I am talking about it. There's
And I
also a
did see a guy
picture.
with a jetpack today.
There's also a picture that says Betty and Veronica's Christmas Spectacular. So you
Oh,
couldn't
is
have
there?
thought it was
Maybe
a
that's what they're
serious
talking. Maybe
discussion
that's the
program.
clickbait.
I do clickbait to try to attract people to enjoy my channel. I've also, but I do enjoy talking about drones and UFOs. You're welcome to come on and talk about it, Mr. Harris. I must have pissed someone off. Well, that's all right. I mean, I I forgot I changed it at the last minute from Christmas joy to drones attack because I don't take YouTube seriously. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. I think it's funny.
I don't pay any
It's
attention to the titles, so it doesn't. You know what I mean? I didn't even.
didn't even notice this was the name of the
No, it's just Gratu's live, and so I
I'm
click on it.
watching
I don't
Alex
always.
Jones
Yeah.
show right now talking about the drones. Actually, they're talking about the shooting now, but because this was this morning when all that was happening. Um, no, I would never do clickbait. I've had Donald Trump visiting several times. Got a lot of viewers with that. Um,
It
no,
says. I just saw what it says. It says drones attack the hotel Orloff. I clicked on it. Wow.
that's all right. I don't know. He's making me feel guilty, like I'm an asshole. I don't know. I didn't mean to be an asshole. I just thought it was funny. It's called being funny. I think that's my sense of humor. But it could. I'll promise to be honest in the future. Us a boring show where old man talks about how much he hates the world. Number 3,416. Well, I don't hate the world. I just hate modern times. Well, I'm about to love things, and just starting January 20th. I think that's going to be wonderful. Um, uh, but
Did you see him? He was playing tennis today with Serena Williams. Did you see that?
no,
Yeah, it
I
was ridiculous. No suit. I mean, in his suit, no warm up, full suit and jacket. It was
what
at
Donald
some sort
Trump
of
was
an
playing
event,
tennis
and
with
he just,
Serena.
she was there. It was at some sort of event, and he just walked out, and like they made it. It was like a little bit of a like a press thing. Like she was. It's interesting because the guy that supposedly is Hitler or something, she's perfectly happy to play tennis with him. Everybody there was loving it, and 78 years old or whatever he is, 82 years old. I don't know how old he is, but he
I
was
think
in a
he's
full suit and jacket and tie and everything, and he was actually returning a couple of her serves. He can play tennis. Obviously, he can play tennis. He's been playing tennis his whole life, So
yeah,
he can play
he's
tennis.
younger than I thought. I think he's either 78 or 77. I can't remember.
Yeah, he was up. He was able to move around on a tennis court in like
Yeah.
hard shoes and a suit. Yeah.
Remember when in 20 damn, when the hell was that? 2020 yeah, 2020 Biden would come out and he'd be jogging. He'd just like, and he'd say, "Look at how vigorous I am. Do
Yeah.
you see how long it takes him to come up a ramp?" Because he was coming up a slick ramp. He says, "Look at," and they would tell him, "Go out there and pretend to run." And he'd always come out with this, I'm running. Look how strong I am. I could take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him." Godly Moses.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's
Drones are the size of a car. It's not larger. We know that we've had
Well,
it's
now
not
they're saying that
it's
these
not
all this
we won, but
pardoning
it's
is
not over.
not what?
I said we won, but it's not over. It's that everything looks great and it feels great, but who knows what the next the next move is. What are they going to try next? I guess we're in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is they're
They're not going to
thinking that
give up. They're not going to just give in easily from now until January 20th. They haven't been the entire time.
yeah, no, they're
Pieces are
yeah. I
being moved
think
around
everyone
the table.
senses something bad is about to happen.
I guess
Unfortunately,
Biden just pardoned some horrible judge. Did you hear about this in the news yesterday?
no, no, but
Biden pardoned some woman who's a judge who has a terrible history of releasing these offenders that like the families of the victims of the offenders are like in an uproar about this judge that he just pardoned, that Biden just pardoned.
well, there's some speculation that if he's completely demented and has lost his mind, and that's apparently what someone's about to come out, or it may have already come out through James O'Keefe.
Yeah, I
There's
watched that.
something.
You see that?
Oh, I haven't. I don't know what he's
So
releasing, but
I
what are the
watched it this
posts?
morning. So this morning he released the tape of another one of his sting operations with one of his agents, a female that was sitting at a bar or a restaurant with this guy who works for Biden's intelligence apparatus, and he cut loose. He said, I believe the quote is Biden is basically dead, I think is what he said. He
Yeah,
said
that's
something
what I
like that.
saw in the.
And he talks about how bad he is, about how out of it he is, about how he called him on the phone asking for his boss when he was on a trip to Europe. And his boss was actually on the same trip. And so he had to tell Mr. President, he's actually there with you on the plane, on the trip or whatever. He's there. And then a couple minutes later, the phone rings and it's Biden again asking again for his boss, who he had just told him was on the trip with him in Europe.
Yeah, well, the thing is, then if his signature is being applied to all of these pardons and he's not mentally with it, they're
Yeah.
saying all this could be
Great
And
point, Ben.
actually, since
Mission
the
diverse.
you're
Yeah.
not supposed to say it on YouTube, but the 2020 election, if they can prove that it was STOLEN, then basically nothing they've done in the last 4 years, everything could be kind of erased. But I don't know. I don't think that'll happen. But um, yeah, I
Well,
don't
wasn't
know.
it great? ABC and George Stephanopoulos. It's just the beginning too. Those are just the first couple that are falling. There's going to be
Oh
more.
yeah,
Well, he's suing that lady from Iowa, the crazy lady that made the fake polls. He's suing her for election interference.
yeah, that was ridiculous. That was a ridiculous. That was the Des Moines newspaper. That's ridiculous to think that.
Seltzer, is that her name? Seltzer?
I don't
Ann
know.
Seltzer? Ann
I don't
Seltzer?
know.
Anyway, she's nervous and scared. They're all getting nervous and scared. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, yeah, I'm just realizing looking at
Most
this drone footage, it looks like a video game from 1977. It looks like asteroids or something. You know, the way
what
they're
footage?
shooting
Oh,
these
the drone
little
footage. Yeah,
these little tracers and stuff.
it's pretty
Um,
crazy.
I don't know.
But yeah,
Oh,
that
wait.
theory, the theory, there's multiple theories, but the ones that make the most sense are that clearly they're authorized by somebody above the pay grades of all the people that they're interviewing, because they're flying around with lights on. You know what I mean? They're not
Right.
hiding from anyone. They're following vehicles around, apparently, like the Coast Guard boats and stuff like that. So
Well,
yeah,
they're
if it
wanting to
was
be seen.
nefarious, they wouldn't be doing it right out in the open so that people could film it and see it.
Well, clearly they're wanting to be seen. They're
Yeah.
wanting to create panic, and when people come out and says, "Don't worry about it. It's all we've got it all under control," that's when they know that people will start panicking when they say that. But I don't know that anyone's that scared about it. But
Did you see the meme that Trump posted of Chris Christie on the beach and all the drones were flying and delivering him McDonald's?
yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Very funny. Very funny.
Um, yeah,
Yeah, he
that's the
wouldn't be
type
joking
meme
about
they
it.
would have. Yeah, yeah,
He wouldn't be
that's
joking
good.
about it if it was something to really take seriously. He's the incoming president, so you would figure that he's getting briefed on this stuff, right?
Yeah. So he probably, yeah, so yeah, but then what kind of people are briefing him? He's going to have to replace all those people when he comes in, get people that he can trust. I don't know that if the people briefing him are reliable, but David Wilcock, I want to get his take on this, and he was gonna go on Sunday, but he lives up in the middle of some mountain in Colorado, and he's getting buffeted, he said, by hurricane force winds or something. So he said, I'll have to do the show on Tuesday, which is tomorrow. So we'll see if he goes on tomorrow.
I feel like I've been watching clips from that show, The View, with Whoopi Goldberg and those other horrible witches and stuff for years
Yeah.
now. Now I'm really pretty positive that they've made a number of libelous statements about Robert Kennedy Jr. that I think he could sue the shit out of them for.
Well,
They've
they've been
said really
forced
bad
to.
things about RFK that are lies, right?
Mhm. Well, they've been forced to read a bunch, set more than a few apologies lately as they're going to commercials.
Yeah,
They're
you're right.
handed,
They have a couple.
yeah.
So
So
they're afraid of getting sued. They're aware of what's going on. The people, their higher ups are like the people in charge of the View. But I still feel like the stuff that they've said in the past is just as libelous. And there's so many people that have been slanderous. And so
well, when you're a public figure, you're not. It's harder to do that to sue for that. A private citizen that's not once you're famous, you lose a
yeah, but
lot of your rights as far as
a
people
lot of
can
this
pretty.
could be tied to election interference, though. Just like
Oh, well, that's true. That's
that's
true.
where it can be a viable case, is because of the time and the place of when these things were said.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Defamatory, financially harmful, and then also harmful, like federally, like as far as election interference. I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
I'm
I
rocket.
don't know, but I don't know what kind of person watches that show and takes it seriously, but
Oh, I do. I know what kind. Both of my sisters.
oh, they actually
My mom
watch
used to
that.
watch it too. My mom used to watch it too.
Um, well, I don't know if they always been this political. Wasn't it? Didn't it just used to be a show where the people are just talking about women stuff?
Yeah, I think at the beginning it was probably mostly like these popular topics, but then mixed in was hate for George Bush because that's probably when the show started. I'm just guessing. It probably started right around during the Bush administration. So the leftist media was just kind of the ball was beginning to roll at that time, right? So I'm just guessing that's it. I don't know. I never
That
really
was,
watched the show. I
but
just watched clips.
but back then, Alex Jones was completely against George Bush, and
Right.
so they liked him. And but then, before Trump was elected, Trump went on Alex Jones's show and said, "I've heard good things about you. You have a great reputation, tremendous reputation. I know you're going to be very pleased with what I do." So they all went after Alex Jones. Now they're trying to get $1 billion out of this guy that's probably worth 3 million. I mean, maybe 4 million. I mean, Alex Jones doesn't have $1 billion. It's ridiculous. Um,
No, and that whole thing is gonna it's kind of funny, man. Everything's kind of coming up roses a little bit these days. Whatever happens with Alex, if it starts looking really bad, I'm pretty sure Elon will step in and help out somehow. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Like
yeah,
I think that
I
Elon
know.
Musk would help out if it's something crazy to do to prevent something bad from happening at this point. It's so wild. It's kind of weird.
But see, they keep this drone stuff going. Then they could to try to frighten people. Then they could say, well, these drones attacking. We can't have an inauguration. We can't. We've got to
Oh,
keep the government going. And since we're being attacked by who knows what, who knows where, and it would also make it really hard to do an inauguration outdoors because those things can send bullets straight down through the top of your. They said some guy was walking on the beach and a bullet went right through the top of his head. I guess that could happen with some gang member shooting up a gun into the air to be cool, and it could go straight down through. But they're thinking, I don't know, man. They're saying that the technology that these drones. There was some footage of a drone coming down over another drone and then knocking it down, and you see it go down and crash. Did you see
yeah, I've heard
that?
about that. Yeah, I heard about people saying that their drones when they put them up, they lose power even when the battery was fully charged, and then in a minute's time, it went low battery and fell down.
Yeah. So they're saying, that the technology that's behind these is way advanced. Like, they always have technology far beyond what we think they have that's kept secret. They say this is really like 2070 technology. Who knows? I don't know. It's just, I just know I've seen weird stuff around here. Like in the morning, I see three trails going up. One, two, three. Just like why are planes flying up in that? Like it's Thunderbirds or something. Uh, and it's like what is it? The little at the ground that's sending up three planes like that. What all I know is a bunch of farms. Where's the stuff coming from? Um, because every time I look up in the sky, there's like trails going this way and that. There's no airport near here. So who knows? I mean, they promised that they're going to deliver some new diseases on the 21st of January. Who knows? Maybe who knows what's going on. But
The 21st of January.
that's what that guy, did you hear that guy say that? Says on the 21st, I remember when Fauci said, towards the end of Trump's presidency, there will almost certainly be a new disease that. How the
I
hell
don't
did
think
you
it's
know
gonna.
that?
It's I feel like there's a distinct change that has happened, um, and I feel like I noticed it for sure last week when all the charges were dropped on Daniel Penny, the guy that was involved in
Mhm.
that subway incident in New York City. So all charges are dropped, and those a couple BLM people spoke and tried to get everybody whipped up, and they ended up making themselves sound like these radical, militant, violent racists, and
There,
it was very interesting. So their media complex, the leftist media complex, that in the past would have jumped on this story and would have worked full time, 24 hours a day to push this story to create riots and unrest within the community and outside of the community, whatever. None of it worked. Like
no,
normal people, they're okay with they know right from wrong at this point. Like people are they're waking up. Like 65%
everybody
of the
knows a
population.
crazy person like that. What was it on a subway? Uh,
The guy's a hero.
Everyone's seen crazy people like that. It doesn't matter what race, creed, or religion you are. Everyone knows someone like that probably needs to be held before they start hurting people. And I don't know, what did he have him in a chokehold? Is that what happened?
Yeah, yeah,
And then he just passed out and died, I guess.
yeah. He died 15 minutes later after he released the chokehold.
It might have been a fentanyl overdose, but
It looks like it was a combination of drugs and schizophrenia and something
uh,
else. I can't remember what the medical examiner, he wasn't killed by asphyxiation. He wasn't killed by Daniel Penny putting him in a rear naked choke. He didn't even have him in a proper, like if you look at the video, you'll see he doesn't have him in a real jujitsu rear naked choke to put him to sleep. He had him in kind of this kind of a neck crank, kind of like he wasn't completely locked in because the guy's moving around. And also, I feel like he was kind of going easy on the guy. He could have
is
killed
there
him,
is there
but he
video
didn't.
of this incident?
The whole thing's on video. You can see it all. Yeah.
Oh, I need
You
to
can
see.
see
I
him.
haven't seen
Yeah.
it. This is.
Yeah. It's on video. It was all recorded. And it's
Did
not
it
just
look?
him. There's two other people. The subway's full of people, and there's two other guys that are helping him while this is happening, trying to hold the
So
man's
everybody
legs.
was on his side in the subway
Yes,
train,
yes. Everyone in the subway was on the side of Daniel Penny.
and they were of all different.
All different. The races doesn't even matter because it didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the guy's threatening everybody. It doesn't matter
Yes.
what
Yes.
color he is. He was an insane
No.
guy that was talking about killing people.
Race had
Um,
nothing to do with the incident at all.
yeah, that guy Daniel Penny looks like he has that greatest American hero look with
Yeah, he
the
looks like, what was that guy's name? I
William
forget.
Cat, I think.
Yeah, yeah, Billy Cat.
Yeah, that's never thought of it, Billy Cat.
I heard them call him that. I
Really?
heard that said. It was on like what was it was Battle of the Network Stars. Okay, so you remember on Battle of the Network Stars, Howard Cosell would announce, but then you would hear them talking. You could hear the stars actually talk to each other like real people out of character. And just
Yeah.
for a little bit, you could get a taste of them. And I noticed everybody was calling him Billy Cat. They weren't calling him William Cat. So all the other
Oh.
they called him Billy. Like he went by Billy Cat. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know what happened to him since, but I sure hated that hairstyle. And the other guy was Marjo Gordner
Oh, he was
that had, I couldn't
that was
stand
the
that.
worst. He could just
It's
ruin a
like,
good
man,
movie. Yeah. You'd be like, oh, this is going to be a great movie about these giant ants. And then, Marjo Gortner is supposed to be the hero. You're like,
well, Star Crash was great, but I sure wish that he had hair that looked like Buster Crab instead of that weird looking whatever. What do you call that? It's not an afro. I don't know what you call it.
it was a
It's a
permanent. They called it
perm.
a permanent. It's what the Brady kids did it too. Remember, Mike Brady and Greg
Oh,
Brady got permanents and their hair became curly, I think.
not
Men were
like
doing
that though.
Yeah, they were getting those tight little curls, like they were actually putting chemicals in their hair to make it
Oh
curly.
my God. Yeah, that's horrible. That's horrible. Um,
Trying to think of who else had it. Like Leo Sayer, I think might have had it. The singer Leo Sayer might have had that haircut.
I, yeah,
One time, Doug, you know, I
I
think
can't
Doug
help it.
Henry.
I like that song. You make me feel like dancing.
Mm-hmm.
I like that song. It's hard to explain. I like Afternoon Delight. These are songs that are guilt. They
Me
call them
too.
guilty pleasures.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Like
because remind me of a certain time in sixth grade. Um,
sometimes it reminds me of a time in sixth grade when I actually hated the song. Like, for example, Donnie and Marie. I am now a fan of Donnie and Marie and I enjoy them as entertainers. But as a
mhm.
kid, when they were popular, I hated the show. My aunt and my uncle loved the show, and I thought it was just dorky and geeky. And I was completely down on Donnie and Marie when
Yeah,
I was 12.
I
It was not
kind of
cool.
was an early liker of them. And I later realized, well, those weren't really Donnie and Marie songs. Those were old 60s country songs and early 60s rock and roll songs they were doing cover versions of. And that was my first exposure to those songs was through
Yeah,
them.
and it's
But
great,
like
man.
that song they did, Deep Purple, was a Nino Tempo April Stevens song. And they did a great version of it. And then they did a great version of The Morning Side of the Mountain, and she did Paper Roses, and um,
They're great now, and now I totally appreciate their humor. I think that they're really funny now. They're
yeah,
the thing that they were doing was actually really actually quite funny, even though she was a lot better than he was. It was still very funny. The comedy holds up. I
yeah,
like it.
yeah, yeah, that was something I watched on Friday nights. It's damn man.
Well, she's funny. Like they did sketch humor, and like Paul Lind would come on there, and it was actually good. Like it was
Right.
funny. Yeah,
I was so lame though then, so square or straight, whatever you call it, because my older brother was in college, right? And I'm in sixth grade, and he says, "Well, what kind of music you like?" And I says, "Well, I like Deep Purple," and I was talking about the Donny and Marie song, and he thought I was talking about the hard rock band Deep Purple. He says, "Oh, I don't like them," and I said, "What do you mean them? It's a song by Donny and Marie." And he realized, oh frick, my
oh, that's
younger
funny.
brother is not, but my older brother did not really have good taste in music. I thought he did. But now later I realized it was the taste of whatever girl he was dating at the time. He would buy
Mhm.
8 tracks that she liked. And so I was really admiring the taste of the girls he was dating because he had the Beach Boys' Endless Summer, and that's how I
That's
learned
good.
about the Beach Boys, other than the tracks that were in the American Graffiti soundtrack. And it's just, I don't know. He had the Carpenters. It was pretty lame stuff. Bread. I liked
I
that
think it sounds
band, but
good
I
though.
remember he had the best of Bread.
That's sure. I had that
It's like,
album. That album was
baby,
in
I'm
our
a
house.
want you. That's how
My mom bought that album. My
make
mom, who was an older generation, because in the car when we would drive around, we listened to KFRC, which was top 40 San Francisco Bay Area radio. And so
wait.
she listened to the songs that were hip at the time, the early 70s pop music and everything. So my mom was a little bit hip. My older siblings, I had two older sisters and an older brother, and they were all hippie types. So
Okay.
that's why I wasn't as square as you are, because I grew up around rock music in a different way. These girls, my two older sisters, were both very media completely in it, like Tiger Beat magazine, all the Beatles albums, the whole thing. They were on top of all of it. So
Well, my older
that's what
brothers
I read
would.
Mad Magazine and National Lampoon.
My parents were in high school during World War II, so they were a completely different generation. My older brothers, just had top 40 radio on, but back in the 70s, top 40 radio was a mixture of country and soul and rock and roll and everything. But it wasn't hard rock, but it was a mixture of everything. And so I would hear, the new stuff by the Carpenters, everything. But um,
We used to go to a lot of shows. So my mother really liked to go and do things as a family and stuff. So My first rock concert was the Association in about 1970 with my family. And then we went and saw Blood, Sweat, and Tears as a family.
Oh,
My mother used to love dinner shows. So what she would do is she would buy an entire table in Reno or Lake Tahoe, like at a dinner show. And that's how I got to see like Sammy Davis Jr. on stage in the front row and Barry
oh my.
Manilow. So she would have like season tickets for these different theaters, and that's what and we would go. And like I said, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Chicago. I think we saw Chicago
Yeah,
in
my
Reno.
brother had a lot of Chicago and Barry Manilow. I remember that. Now you mentioned KFRC, the radio station.
Mhm.
Um, American Graffiti was supposed to take place in Modesto, California. Is that right?
Yes,
How far
yes,
is that from San Francisco?
90 minutes.
Would they pick up a radio station from San Francisco and Modesto?
Yes.
Okay, because at the beginning of
KFRC had
American Graffiti, you hear the radio
biggest
dial
channel, and I
turning
think
and they
it's
say
KFRC had
KFRC.
like KFRC was huge. So antennas, not just they had Oakland, San Francisco, and the South Bay. So like as a little kid, we lived in San Jose, and we listened to KFRC on the radio in San Jose. It was all
Okay.
Dr. It was the same station, and it would broadcast through the whole Bay Area.
Okay, because the beginning of American Graffiti, they sang KFRC, and then they have the jingle, and then it goes into Rock Around the Clock. So, so that was a real
But
radio
that wouldn't have been
station.
the station. That's not the station that Wolfman Jack was at. He was at a small station in Modesto.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Well, yeah, that was all throughout the movie. Is they thought that he was broadcasting from the other side of the border in Mexico, and then it turned out he was actually there at the local station, and Richard Dreyfuss found him at the end. But in reality, in 1962, I don't know how accurate that was, where Wolfman Jack was in 1960. I mean, I guess I could find out very quickly from the internet, but
Yeah, I don't either. I'm not sure if there was a like. I don't know whether they would have been. It was. This is like an answer that would be really quick and easy to get if I
oh
was
yeah,
around some of my older cousins, because my family grew up in that valley, that whole area around Modesto. My family's from there, so they would have listened to those stations and they would have been able to tell us what the stations. And I would think so they're of the same generation as George Lucas. It just wouldn't make sense if that part of the movie was inaccurate, since the music is a huge. The act of listening to the radio in the car is one of the most important parts of the movie, the whole experience
right,
of the life of the person that lives in the American Graffiti world, is that you drive around in your car every night with your friends listening to the music on the radio. So you'd
right,
think he would do it accurately, right?
yeah, yeah. But I mean, in order to use Wolfman Jack, well, it'd be easier to just the internet would immediately tell you where he was in that time period, and there are some old air checks that are where they some of that was actually old air checks, I think, um, or at least the jingles were from old air checks. Yeah. Um, well, everyone the thing that is great about it is that everyone was listening to the same station, so you'd
Right.
hear the sound echoing around the
In the
buildings from
cars.
every passing car. It was
Yeah.
the same music,
Yeah.
except for Harrison Ford's character was the only one listening to a different radio station.
Oh,
And
really? I didn't know
yeah,
that.
he's got a different station
He
on.
probably has a country station on. He probably
I
has a
think it
country
might have
station
been,
in
yeah.
Bakersfield or something, because
He
he was
was,
like a redneck from Bakersfield, like an Okie or something.
yeah.
His-
Um, and that sound design was so wonderful. The way that it it was, no one had ever done that before in a movie, having just ambient sound like that of music, and it's a damn shame you can't do it on YouTube. Um, just because I'd like to just have music playing all the time. And the show I did Saturday, there were a bunch of, I didn't realize all that Hungarian music would give me copyright claims. I had these girls singing from Hungary, and I thought, surely this will have no And I didn't even, you can press buttons and it'll delete the songs. And sometimes if you aren't doing a live stream, it'll delete the music and keep your voice. It'll just delete the background music somehow. But during a live stream, a lot of times all it'll just erase all this. And the show I did this morning, there was a Ferranti and Teicher song mixed in with the Kmart Christmas music. So I deleted that. So there's probably about a minute where you can't hear me talking. I haven't gone back. It doesn't matter. The copyright claim doesn't hurt you, but it won't ever let you monetize that episode. But I'll never get to 1,000, never subscribers. That won't ever. Of course, maybe if Trump gets in, they'll scare YouTube and these people enough that they'll stop shadow banning people and stuff. Maybe but I don't know. There's just I don't think the type of entertainment I provide is for the masses. I don't know. So if it is entertaining at all. But yeah, you could write a whole doctoral thesis about American graffiti. There's a lot there, and that's why I was so disappointed with Lucas later. It's like, how did the guy that made American Graffiti and Star Wars make the Phantom Menace with how is that the same guy? But you could do the same thing with Paul McCartney. How did the same guy that wrote Live and Let Die write Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time? One
We
of
were
the
talking about
worst.
this. Were we talking about this, or was I talking about this with
I
Snake?
talk about
With
that every
Snake,
Christmas,
maybe.
how much I hate
It's
that Paul McCartney.
they call it catching lightning in a bottle or something like that. And then sometimes four like with the Beatles, what is it, 4 or 5 years of like of out of this world creativity, and they make this song
6 years.
catalog, but it's only 4 or 5 years worth of music that's really any good. And then here we are 60 years later, and it's just so many artists, they like, oh, you could talk about it. We talk about, I bitch about Stephen King sometimes. So Stephen King's early books like The Shining and Carrie, those are great books. The later, the more he wrote, the worse it got. So at
Right.
least for me. And so there's many artists are that way. I mean, you
Well,
can
you have
only
a certain
do.
amount of creativity, and then
Yes.
it's like an hourglass. It's used up, and then there's no more. It's like you've used
Right.
it
And
all
then
up.
a lot of times drugs and alcohol are tied into that.
Yes.
So the moments of peak creativity for some people involve drugs and alcohol, and then they try and recapture those moments, but they're never able to get back to, because they think, well, maybe I need to take acid again to write a
Well,
good
I
song.
think marijuana robs people of an edge.
Yes, I agree.
It neuters people a little bit with the music. Um,
But
um,
yes, it's a thing. It's definitely a thing where it's hard to stay at that at a
I,
high level.
I and to a certain degree, getting older and realizing, oh, maybe I shouldn't write songs about that. I have kids, and now I realize some of the lyrics I was writing when I was younger. I don't know if that's good. Well, like Steven Spielberg, not musically, but he was, or wait, who am I thinking of?
Well, I was thinking
Certain,
about what you were saying about George Lucas. You could say
yeah,
that really when you think of George Lucas, you think of Star Wars, right? But
yeah,
actually, in reality, in retrospect, American Graffiti is a far finer film. American Graffiti actually speaks. You're
yeah,
hearing George Lucas's voice. The follow up to American Graffiti is him with this silly idea to make this stupid science fiction movie and barely get enough money together to make it. And really, it's just him paying homage to Buster Crabbe, which he grew up watching as a kid
yeah,
and reading
right.
comic books. He didn't expect it to be what it is. He wasn't making that to have the substance and impact as the movie before it,
Yeah,
right?
that was all later on. It's like Bill Moyers interviews him. Well, you were influenced by Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey. Well, of course I was. Yes, I was thinking about that the whole time. You bullshit. Yeah,
Yeah, so I
That's
mean, really, you could say he didn't revisit any of that. Like it would have. We don't know that. All we know about George Lucas is that movie, and then what we've heard from the interviews. You know that he grew up in Modesto or Turlock, on a walnut ranch or something. But he could have fleshed that out. I mean, he had a whole life to create, but he's chosen not to do that. He's kind of chosen to live in reclusion on a giant ranch, right?
well, yeah. I think he was early on after Star Wars. I think he's just a shy guy, and he decided I can't direct movies. I don't want to. The second Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. It's you got someone else to direct it. Same thing with the third
You're
one.
probably right. And then he
Because
realized that he could make money off of the toys and the marketing, and he really didn't need to do
and he
much.
was more interested in the background, what making. He was more interested in film production, make the sound, the effects, and coming up with new types of photography. So I think after Star Wars and before Empire, there was a sequel to American Graffiti that very few people remember, and it was more a film. It was different segments that took place in three different time periods. I think there
Yeah.
was John Milner becoming a drag racer, and then there was
Told in
Toad
Vietnam.
in Vietnam, and then there was sequence later in the '60s with Ron Howard and Cindy Williams. They were married, and they I think they go to Woodstock or something. That part was filmed in the Woodstock method with different
Yeah, it was.
images all around. And
It
then
was.
the scenes in Vietnam were more like 16 millimeter with a small little frame in the center. And
It was good.
then,
It's a good
and I
movie.
think the stuff with John Milner was just conventional 35 millimeter, but it was all different. It was an experiment. It was more of an experiment in film than it was a movie that really needed to be made because it didn't really say anything new about the characters too much. I mean, really, the movie, it's just it's nice to see the characters again, but it's really
What's her
not
name?
a
Candy
movie
Clark.
that should
What is her name?
exist.
I remember. So that movie had a happy and a sad ending. So the sad ending is that John Milner dies, and the happy ending is that Toad makes it home alive from Vietnam, and he gets the girl, which is Candy Clark, that beautiful, tall, kind of strawberry blonde. Remember her? Remember?
Did
Gets
they? Yes, of course, but
yeah,
they
he
said
gets
that
to
in the
keep the girl.
movie. Did they say that he got her in
Yeah,
the end of?
I think at the end he comes off the plane and she's there to embrace him coming home. I think. I feel
I
like that's in
believe
the
you.
movie.
It seems like he did something horrible. Like, didn't he kill his commanding officer or something? And then you see him whistling off into the jungle or something.
I
That
don't remember that. If that happened, I don't remember it.
I don't. It seems like he did something where he kind of. It's like this.
There's got to
I
be
I
somebody in the
I don't remember. It's
where's
been.
where's what's his the who who always has these answers is gold is the Gold Key Geezer always has every one of these answers to
Well,
every
I've
question.
got right in the other room. I've got a paperback that has the script to American Graffiti and more American Graffiti. I
Oh,
could
do
just
you really?
walk several feet and look at the script, but I need to watch that movie again. But
Yeah, I haven't seen
it
it in years
it
either.
really shouldn't have existed. The original movie was it was like it was the guy that you thought was going off to college didn't, and then the guy that was real reluctant winds up going, and then the plane goes off in the distance, and then they just slam you with what happens to everybody, and it's like this guy is killed, this guy is missing in Vietnam, and
Yeah.
yeah, because he was missing in Vietnam. But what happened is everyone else I think was killed and he escaped, and that's how why they thought he was missing. But it was actually probably more effective if you just thought, okay, he was killed in Vietnam. Because in More American Graffiti, okay, they give you a happy ending. I don't know if that happy ending should have happened because I think it hits you more in the gut to realize uh, this little guy got offed in Vietnam. It's more powerful. It's like then you give okay. Here's the sequel where we actually. Oh no, he actually lived. I don't. I think that robs it of something.
So that ending credit sequence, that action of telling the audience what happens to everybody,
Yeah.
that happens in American Graffiti. So then it happens like a year or two later in Animal House. Are they doing it as a reference to American Graffiti at the end of Animal House?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that was definitely the case. It's you know, the kids that were the fuck ups had these great. It's like John Belushi goes off with the blonde, and he's now
Yeah,
a
he becomes a
senator.
senator.
It's like everybody's got,
Congressman. Yeah.
they punish all the people that in most movies would be the good guys. Um, and then that was done in what else? Yeah, Animal House was Dazed and Confused is would make a perfect double feature with American Graffiti, much more so than More American Graffiti, because it's
Yeah, you're right.
it's a nostalgia movie about the 70s, made about, well, American Graffiti was made about 10, 11 years after it takes place, but it seemed like it was 30 years in the past. So much had changed in the 60s. And a movie taking place in 1976 and Dazed and Confused must have come out in the 90s.
Yeah, probably 94 or
So that
something.
was maybe about 15 years later that movie came out. So it's about almost the same difference in time. Um, but um, I think you even see one. I think you see one or two of the, or at least one of. I can't remember which of the American Graffiti cars you see in Dazed and Confused. Which car was it, man? It wasn't the Thunderbird that Suzanne Summers was in. It could have. Was it that weird car that Richard Dreyfuss drove? I'd have to watch it again. Um, Man, everybody stopped commenting. It's just,
There's 17 people watching.
oh yeah, there were some more earlier. Oh, I love this guy, man. You know who? What's his name? Gerald Salente. You know him?
Who is it? Say it.
He's this commentator. He's a real sarcastic commentator. Sometimes he comes on and hosts Alex Jones' show when he's not there.
Oh,
Um,
I don't know. What's he look like? I don't know. What? Let me
Hold
see
on,
if
let
I
me turn
can.
the sound up. The thing that I think is great about him is he sounds exactly like Top Cat, and then he starts ranting and raving and getting real angry, and it's like Top Cat is got really political. Where's the remote, man? Yeah, that's what I love about him is how much. One of the things I love about him is how much he sounds like Top Cat, who he was actually Arnold Stang.
Kevin sent me a an Alex Jones Infowars Citizens Handbook in my package. I forgot. So that package with the masks in it that I just showed those two masks and I told you I got a couple comics. That's true. Just a couple comics and a couple masks. But he sent me a bunch of goodies like he always does. I just didn't talk about it. So I've got a few things that he sent me and he sent me a couple really cool things. And one of the things he sent me was an Infowars American Citizens Handbook by Alex Jones or
Oh
something.
yeah, whenever you order a any DVD or any movie from Alex Jones, he sends you. It's like the Pocket Constitution, right?
Yeah, that's what he sent me.
Yeah. Yeah, you ought to show the goodies if you want, because I showed the ones he sent me. There, it's fun to see that. Anyway, listen.
Citizens Rule Book, Bill of Rights,
Right.
Freedom Handbook. Oh, look at this.
See if this doesn't sound like Top Cat.
One of the presidents says, "What do you want? Cheap
All right.
labor,
So
cheap
I was in
prices
that
for
drawer
high labor."
looking. Oh, this guy. I've seen him before. Sure. Yeah.
And that's it. We need to bring manufacturing back to America. And the only way it's going to happen is with tariffs.
I don't know if you
And we can
my
become
some
self-sustaining.
if I was still in college, I would get a tape of Top Cat and I would dub his voice over it on a VHS. I used to do shit like that. But I'm not. I just don't feel the energy to do that anymore. Okay, let me see what you got there.
I found this button and it was in the drawer where I had put that Citizen's Handbook. It's a great button. Isn't that nice? Great picture. I love this picture.
Is that Annie Lennox?
No, no.
What is that?
It's just some punk girl smoking a cigarette in about 1980.
Oh, okay.
She kind of looks like Belinda Carlisle. I would describe her type. She's
Yeah.
that girl. She's that 16-year-old girl that listens to the Go-Go's.
Belinda Carlisle. Do you prefer Belinda Carlisle when she was young and chubby to her later glamour self? What do you think?
I prefer the first couple years. So at the very beginning, like with the first album, right? And when you watch the videos where they do "We Got the Beat," like if you
Yeah.
watch that video, she's young and she's chubby, and they're like playing it like Whiskey a Go Go, and people are jumping on the stage, and it's a punk look and a punk crowd. But then a
Yeah.
year after that, they come out with like "Our Lips Are Sealed," and she's lost weight and she grew her hair out.
Uh,
She looks beautiful both time periods. I think she looks great as the young punk girl with short hair, and then she looks great a couple of years later. But then I don't know, she kind of I was still like I bought her album in like 82 or 80 or 80 88 or 89. What was it called? Circles in the Sand. I
right.
still bought that album in about 89 or 90 or something like that.
Yeah. Well,
That's
it was a different
some CD,
style.
but,
She had
you know,
kind of
it's
gotten
still
all glamored out, but
she was really hot in my opinion at the very beginning, like when we all first so not only was she really hot, but look at the B-52s in the exact same time period. If you look at like the Rock Lobster first video from like 1979 or 1980 or 1978, look at how beautiful both of the girls are, especially the tall skinny one. Is her name Catherine something? She was just ridiculously hot when she's all
talking
made
about
up like an alien girl, or the other girl with the beehive kind of looks, they've got her dressed up like she's that alien from that Gladiators of Triskelion or whatever, Treskelon in that
Triskelion.
Star Trek
Yeah, yeah,
episode.
yeah. Gamesters of Triskelion. You're
Yeah,
you're talking about
she
the
looks like
redhead.
that. The shorter girl with the beehive looks like that, but then the taller, thinner girl, she looks like she's a zombie kind of. She has real dark eye makeup
Yeah.
and like messy punk hair. She looked great, man. They
Yeah,
were hot.
I had a crush on the redhead, but of course she's a lesbian. I think most of the people in that band,
I think
probably
so.
all of them, are not
Yes, and
straight.
maybe Belinda Carlisle as well. It doesn't really matter, but they were definitely attractive. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I like the B-52s. Yeah, no one
Yeah,
talks about them anymore.
that was all really good music in eighth grade. It was the beginning of the new wave, and I was introduced to all those bands. It was the first I heard in eighth grade was when I first discovered Devo, Go Go's, and the B-52s. It really that was it.
Yeah,
That was the beginning.
yeah, yeah. Devo was pretty amazing too. Yeah, there was a lot of good stuff back then. Um, do you have anything else you could show for a second so I could go to the restroom? It's just for a
Um,
second.
yeah, sure, I'll find something.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Let's see. What can we look at? Sometimes while I've been sitting here because we had low battery, so I have it plugged in. Let's walk around a little bit. We can look at some stuff. Hope everybody's having a nice pre-Christmas week. I guess there's only about a week left, 10 days or something like that, right? Let's just look at the toys, I guess, or maybe yeah, look at here's some action figures.
Mr. Bill Clinton that brought China into the World Trade Organization officially 2 weeks after 9/11.
What's going here?
And all the manufacturing got left Europe and the United States to get that cheap labor so they can make more money. We don't do any, but we'll make more money and we'll get richer and bigger. I am against globalization in more than one way. I launched Occupy Peace over a decade ago. Close those 900 military bases overseas. Don't need to be in Italy. Don't need to be in Germany. Don't need to be in Japan. Don't need to be anywhere but in the USA.
Oh, you know what? I haven't told. Well, he's at the bath. He's in the bathroom. Anyway, just told you.
Not only on that level, and don't call me an isolationist, I believe in
I'm back.
also believe in that. And so don't love it.
You see these two guys right here?
You become a
Yeah.
slave.
These are the Fighting Furies, those pirate figures by Matchbox.
For thousands of years.
Oh well, I'm not sure I know about that line.
We get involved.
Yeah, they're right there. So those guys, I got a message from Steve. Oh, are you still there? I got a message from Steve, I think either yesterday or today, from Charlton 66.
Oh yeah.
And he has his Captain Pegleg. He has one of those Captain Pegleg figures like the one I have, but which I don't have. I don't have that. So he's going to send me a contribution, a gift, whatever you guys call it, a AOK or whatever.
Oh wow.
Steve is, yeah, he's sending me a mint in box version of this figure from the 1973 or something like that.
Oh wow.
Unopened. Yeah, complete, because this one's not complete. You know, I bought this one. I had it as a kid originally, but I lost it. This is not my one that I had as a kid. This is one that I bought loose.
Is that Mego scale?
It's about an 8-inch tall figure. It's the same. Let me see. Let's take a Mego and put a Mego next to it.
How did he know? Did you post some pictures on Instagram that you were into that?
Yeah, I've made videos about these figures before. They're the same size as Amigo. The Amigo stands right next to him. But maybe they're 9 inches and Amigo is 8 inches. They might be an inch taller than Amigo. I've talked about him before. I've shown him before, and I've made a video about him before.
Yeah,
So
what
I'm pretty
else
sure he
kind of
he
figures
knew
did
that I had
Matchbox
him.
make?
What's that?
What other figures did Matchbox make?
Just those two, and then a third special one that was like a special chase figure that you had to like send away for with the coupons on the back of the boxes, and it was I think it was called the Ghost of Captain Kidd. So it was just like these other two that I showed, those other two figures I showed you, but it was made out of glow in the dark translucent plastic, and they're very hard to find, and they're kind of rare and expensive. But what was neat about these figures is that they had a lot of really great art with them and came with little comic books. I have 3 of the different accessory packs. This one's unopened. Kind of cool, but it was like a short-lived thing that Matchbox did. It was like it seems like at one point Matchbox decided, well, let's try and dip our toes into action figures, and it didn't last long. And they didn't go any further. They didn't do anything else. The figures themselves are really cool, and I guess we can look at one. We'll look at this guy, Hook. He's got a hook. So the pirates, they come with little comics, and in the comics, the pirates themselves are played as heroes. They're not actually pirates. They're like good guys, like all the little stories that come with the accessory packs and that come with the figures. They're like good guy pirates, which I guess is just what was happening in the movies too. Pirate movies. It's kind of a good guy. Look, these are these Gotham City. Oh, there's a button and then these buttons. Haunted button set. You guys want to look at this zine? It's called Zebratron.
Ah, sorry, I was brushing my teeth. I had to turn my microphone off.
Zebratron's wrath is near. Rejoice, the bitter end with flame comes power. Zit.
Where was this printed at?
Somewhere in San Francisco. I'm looking for I don't see the artist's name anywhere. It's called Hexcom Zebratron 2008. Zebratron.com. So this came from San Francisco, from Golden Gate Park, from the zine area, the Zine Fest, where everybody makes zines and then sells them in the park. That's where this is from. Must have been
Yeah.
good. They saved it. It looks like it's one of the better ones.
Gotham City says I'm still here. I think I'm 12 minutes behind.
This guy's good. I think the art's pretty good.
Oh my gosh.
Under free trade, is the master and the producer is slave.
Yeah. Okay.
Self-preservation, self-development, securing my
Here's my
Oh
Justice
yeah.
League membership card.
Yeah, I've got mine here somewhere. We need to keep them all handy. That's really well done.
Yeah, it's good. You did a
We
great
need to
job.
see more artwork from Kevin.
Hey, so I found going through, this happened like about a week ago. Anyway, I'm unpacking and organizing stuff. And so in stacks of t-shirts, I found this t-shirt that was ruined by battery acid, but the
Oh,
image itself is still really good. So I'm going to give it to Jude, and Jude does this thing where she'll cut the image from a t-shirt and then she'll sew it on the back of a hoodie or like a jean jacket, and it ends up looking
oh,
good.
oh wow.
So this was this Frankenstein t-shirt that I also bought from the actual artist. Like this is like a silk screen limited number, some guy in the park. And I think it was like $20. But look, see the battery acid?
Uh,
See how it does that? It eats away the t-shirt. You know what I'm talking about?
oh, okay.
How it'll just destroy the it just eats it away.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's just from me leaning over in the car and the t-shirt making contact with the battery in the battery compartment. You know what I mean? Or I
Oh,
took a
wow.
battery out and held it against while I carried it or something. That's what happened.
Oh,
But this can
wow.
be cut up or cut up and turned into something else, right? Look at how cool it is.
Now, what does it do to your skin once it gets through the shirt?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it didn't do anything. I don't remember. This was years ago. It was like I've washed it. It was like rolled up, crumpled up in the bottom of a duffel bag with other clothes on top of it. And I was like, oh, this is kind of salvageable. And so I washed it. Now I'm going to give it to Jude maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
If she can do something with it. Because it's such a cool image. I think that's about it. I don't have anything else, guys.
Yeah.
I have a Gotham City Comics sticker sitting right here, a pink one, because my son put stickers all over his truck, and I had a few stickers, and I have a couple books as gifts for people, like a Spider-Man book for Jude's little brother, and then a book for Jude, and I put a couple stickers inside the book, like as like bookmark type thing. You know what I mean? This is a nice to go along with the book. This is a good gift. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the stickers are amazing.
Especially for young kids that are in their 20s or 30s that still put stickers on their cars, which is what my kids are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I used to have a sticker when the movie Christine came out. It said, "My other car is Christine." And I used to have that on my car and a cramp sticker in high school on my car. Library 88 says old t-shirts with good images can be stretched around an artist canvas or a canvas stretcher to display.
It's a good idea. Thank you.
Or I guess they could be made into belly shirts that girls, I don't know that girls wear those anymore, where they're just cut where they expose the navel. I think
Right.
that was a thing at some point. I don't know what decade that was. Maybe like beach shirts or something. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, that's the weirdest thing, this drones. To get back to the name of the episode, it's just, it's like, we don't know who they are. They're not us, but there's no reason for you to be afraid. It's like, oh yeah. Um,
Hey, let's talk about, so when did a drone become a drone? Because all I can remember that word being used for was like in science class when they taught us about bees. So the drone was like, right? Wasn't the drone a bee that did something to service the queen bee or something like that? It was called a drone. Is that right?
yeah. What
But
was it?
then, but then they invented these things, these little helicopter things that fly around. They called them drones.
Okay, and The Empire Strikes Back, the thing that at the very beginning of The Empire Strikes Back that Han Solo shoots, was that called a drone, or was that an Imperial probe droid, or is the Imperial probe
Oh,
droid
good
the thing that
question. I
went
think
in
it was
to
an,
torture Princess Leia in the first movie?
yeah, I think it was a probe droid.
They called it a probe droid,
I
and
think so.
it had the yeah, that was cool
Yeah.
looking. That's,
Yeah, I have one. I have a miniature one.
okay, what was the little globe with the hypodermic that went in to Princess
Yeah, I have
Leia's
that too.
cell?
It came with my Grand Moff Tarkin figure. That came with this like surgical instruments sticking out of
Yeah,
it,
I'm
kind of.
sure there's a name for that.
Yeah, it's probably on the box. Let me go look real quick. I'm gonna go look on the box. It
Now
came with
there's
one of my figures. Hold on.
someone. Now I've have the old. Remember there was a radio show on NPR where they had 12 episodes and they expanded Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back. I think they might have done Return of the Jedi into 12 episodes, and each one was half an hour, I think. And so it was a very expanded, and they had everything that was in the original script and more. They had, I think, Mark Hamill doing his voice and David Prowse. There was a different guy doing Harrison Ford's Han Solo,
I
but it
just checked.
was but it
It
had
was
the
called
original
an
music and
interrogator
sound
droid.
effects. Huh?
It's called an interrogator droid.
That's right, interrogator. I remember that now. Someone's saying that there. Yeah, I remember. I used to know that. But anyway, someone was talking about what that interrogator droid did to Princess Leia after the doors closed, and they said it was in the radio drama. And I don't remember that, but I believe it. But I'd have to go back and listen to my recordings of that. I think I have it on. I think you can hear it on, probably it's on YouTube, that whole series. But they're saying that it caused her to hallucinate. I guess it injects her and causes her to hallucinate that she's like in hell or something. It's just then you
Really?
later realize, oh, that's her father that's bringing this thing in with a hypodermic into the cell. And then he's later, oh, I've been a good guy all along, Luke. You just didn't realize it. And he's been strangling people and breaking their necks in every movie up to that point. It's like, oh, I'm just a friendly old Uncle Fester underneath this mask. Um, which makes you realize that George Lucas really didn't know that was going to be when he made the first Star Wars movie that he was going to turn out to be a good guy. He didn't have that all hashed out. I really don't think so. Oh well, but we can believe him, I guess. I was talking about how people like Spielberg, they see these horrifying things when they're kids. And to me, it's healthy to see Seventh Voyage of Sinbad and see the Cyclops as a human being and he's like roasting him, he's turning him around with a fire under him, uh, and those things emotional. I don't know if you call it scarring, but it's a good kind of scarring. It's wonderful images, and you see the Cyclops licking his lips, and I think and then he makes movies like Jaws, and then I think he has kids, and it's like, oh man, that will give kids nightmares. I can't do that. And then it causes them to neuter themselves as directors. And when George Lucas had kids or he adopted kids or whatever, and he came back to direct The Phantom Menace, he was asked his kids, what would be a good name for this alien? And he had to have his kids come up with these names. And it's like, why don't we call him Commander Doo Doo? And this could be Poo Poo Pants. And it's like they all of a sudden the Star Wars characters have these really stupid names. I forget what they were in Phantom Menace, but there was like Princess Padme, and how about Jar Jar Binks and Count Chocula? What was Christopher Lee? Count Dooku. It's just obviously names little kids came up with, and instead of the names that he would steal from Edgar Rice Burroughs, his little
Count
kids were
Caca,
naming
Count
coming
Poopy. Yeah.
that that um, man. Um, oh, my brain is not
That was.
working.
They like take
Uh,
Christopher Lee and say, "Oh yeah, your new character. Hey Chris, did you just get knighted or
well,
something? By the way, your new
there's
character's named Count."
yeah, but I'm okay. I'm trying to think of a name, and I'm really embarrassed. My mind's not working. I've been up since 4 this morning. Uh, okay, that made reflections. Damon Packard. He made a he made a Star Wars documentary, parody, and it's about the making of Phantom Menace, and it's just supposed to be clips of George Lee. Got some guy that looks just like George Lucas, and they film scenes behind the scenes footage that's really hilarious, and then they bring on Christopher Lee, and underneath it, they have he has it written Count Chocula. And I laughed so hard when I saw that. It's called, I think it's called the Untitled Star Wars Mockumentary or something like that. I don't know that it's on YouTube. It probably couldn't be on YouTube. Um, but yeah, that's funny stuff. Damon Packard. He's really into making incredibly insane AI trailers and stuff now. He did some AI opening for Airport 1975. Did you see that? Or maybe it was called Airport 1976 or something. It has the opening title music, the Airport 1975, and it's insane. Uh, oh boy. Well, I don't know. So Night Tiger called me last night and asked me he had sent me a text and asked me if I wanted to be on his Gold Key show, and I said sure. And then he called me and said, "You never answered my text." And I thought I did. I need to go back and see. Maybe I never pressed send. But so anyway, I said, "Yeah, sure, I'll do it." So that's January 5th. So though I don't know. I don't know if I have that impressive collection of Gold Key, but I could probably keep up with them. Uh, he had a Christmas show with Jerry the Jitterbug, and I love Disney and comics. Who's now, well, when he comes on the chat on this, it's now like I used to love Disney and oh shit, he disappeared. Meyer's gone. Um. So anyway, um, incredible. Well, I did the show to show that shit. I've already done 3 hours. That's good. I don't know what else I can do to entertain you. It's now 8:53 p.m. here. So, um,
And the big one that only we at the Trends Journal are talking about is the office building bust. The office building bust is going to make the banks.
oh, the cat's on the porch. That's the noise I'm hearing.
One is talking about this
Enclosed porch. The mainframe crashed, says Meyer. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We're going into January, right? A couple of weeks away. What happened 5 years ago on January?
Yeah, I for years I watched American Graffiti, and I remember, it was Modesto. I don't know if they ever really mentioned that it's Modesto. I guess I just knew that from what George Lucas said. But I know Meyer just mentioned Turlock, and because I remember one of the girls leans out of the car and is talking to Paul Lamont and says, "Oh, you go to blah blah high. Do you know Guy Phillips?" And it's something, or and he says, "Sure, I've got him in a class." And he says, "Oh, do you?" And she mentions she says, "Oh, I go to Turlock High or something," and I know that name from the movie, but now I realize these are real places in California that this is taking place in. I'll be right back after I finish smoking outside. Um, cuts to himself like a Buddhist monk setting himself on fire. Just kidding.
And then as high as 20%. So depending on whose daddy.
Oh boy. Turlock is a small farming town about 10 minutes south of Modesto. Okay. Interesting.
These leases are long-term leases, like 5 to 10 year leases. So now the leases are coming up. And they're not gonna renew. Down in New York City a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, you're the most interesting man I've ever heard, says John. I don't know about that. Um,
And I have a buddy that has
there's a lot of people that would beg to disagree with that. The ex-students of mine. But
down to Wall Street, all the way up 40th and Second. Every block.
okay, so there's care instructions for this shockabilly mask. Always store your mask out of direct sunlight. Keep your mask away from extreme heat, hot or cold. Always, after wearing, always clean the inside of your mask out with a damp sponge because over time, sweat and oil from your skin can break down natural latex. Once dry, give the inside of your mask a light dusting with cornstarch or any other non-talc powder. They meant powder, it says power. That sounds like a lot of trouble. It sounds like it's better not to wear the mask. Never submerge your mask in water or scrub it. If your mask gets dusty, simply dust it with a dry cloth or dust feather. If your mask has hair and the hair gets dirty, wipe the hair with a damp washcloth and restyle. If you follow these care instructions, your trick or treat Studio's mask will last for many years to come. If better visibility is required, use sharp scissors to increase the size of the eye holes. Warning, never wear a mask while operating any type of vehicle. Imagine. Use caution when wearing a mask because vision and hearing can be somewhat impaired. Take mask off while crossing the street and be careful when going up and down stairs. A mask should never be worn as a safety helmet. Kind of morons. A safety helmet. User assumes all responsibility. Never smoke while wearing the mask or wear near open flame. Never sleep in the mask. This is funny. Although very rare, allergic reactions to latex can occur. If any discomfort or rash appears, discontinue use of this product immediately. If rash continues to develop, see a physician. This mask is not recommended for children under 10 years. HO in Mexico. HO in Mexico.
Office building bus. It goes back to
Yes.
tracking trends. How we got here.
Cool.
Where we are, how we got here.
Um,
It's not only that.
Meyer says Modesto itself is a farming town that grew into a small city.
Let's look at the top
It's surrounded by
trees.
fruit and nut trees and famous for apricots and almonds and walnuts. Most people are of Portuguese or Italian heritage with the Irish mixed in. That's fascinating. So those are the areas of California that are probably Trump supporting, possibly.
Between 60 to 90 million empty office rooms. Office. Yeah, 60 to 90 million.
Yeah, I think everybody's wise to their tricks, as far as the drones and the talking about releasing diseases and stuff. But I don't know. They could try doing some horrible 9/11 kind of thing. I really hope that they don't. Because even then, I think people will be wise to them, and
So
I just don't trust them.
then we go to Europe. Again, I just mentioned the ECB lowered their interest rates. And the projections for next year is that they may have zero.
Oh, here's some zines. Let's see if these are interesting.
Just in the second largest economy, third largest economy. Oh, now India, the fifth largest economy. They're not doing good either. They're going down. The buildup from the 12 War.
Here's Phimosis Contagion. Does the space alien conspiracy control advertising? Says Mr. Whipple. This is the back cover. This is from Fort Worth, Texas. I got to kind of flip through it first to make sure there's nothing horrifying. Here's space alien combat techniques, how to take out a space alien. See, it's this kind of thing. In December, scientists for an environmental group reported that a new species of plant and 3 new species of insects were found during inspection of the grounds of the federal government's Hanford Nuclear Reservation near Richland, Washington. Here's more ways to combat aliens. Hold on, how do I? Come on. Come on, man. Yeah, this whole magazine seems to be about space aliens.
All these guys have been into these cryptos. They made it. Fortunately, I didn't buy it up.
Okay.
It's not what we want, what we like, or what we wish, but it is.
This was done by someone I used to work with at the movie theater back in 1984. This is how fanzines looked back in the 80s, or whatever you call them, zines. Did this guy even staple it? It's just a bunch of text. Yeah, that guy wasn't very talented, actually. Here's one called Depressed. Here's one called Subhuman. This was one about exploitation movies.
Citizens look down upon leaders in developed nations.
It's another issue of Subhuman.
And this past year's elections made the country show that the public is ready
Yes,
to take a
indeed.
stand and vote them out. Again, this is coming out from
Here's another issue.
we've been warning about it. Populism is the new West.
Another issue.
You're going to see more and more populist movements.
Tons of these.
It goes back to what it began.
Oh, people are commenting.
More and
Gotham City says drones became available to the public in the 2010s with the release of the Parrot AR drone and the DJI Phantom. I remember watching a guy on YouTube, and one crashed in his yard, and he was freaking out. Myers says that Modesto, it's mixed but traditionally conservative and typically red. It's the Big Valley, the place that the TV show was about. Oh, really? So like Herman Munster. Oh, really? Really, really? Oh, goody, goody.
well, people are trying to get their Constantine. But they would come to America from Libya. It's very hard to get it. The restrictions were so tight. Then, after they assassinated John F. Kennedy, and that slime ball made rotten hell, LBJ, open jerk off over there, Texas.
This old friend that passed away used to do this magazine called 8-Track Mind, and it's a tribute to 8-track tapes. He even cuts the zine at the top so it resembles the dimensions of an 8-track tape. But he ran a record store called 14 Records, and he had an 8-track museum in there where I think he was very proud of, certain things. I don't know, the first Ramones 8-track and stuff. He had a shrine of 8-tracks.
Going back to that slime ball, arrogant,
Yeah.
scum crap.
He also ran the Mr. Ed fan club and the Tiny Tim fan club, and he even invented a religion called Joyism. He was an interesting guy.
1990.
Last Frontier Comics says, good evening.
People making a lot of money.
On Friday the 20th, I might finally be able to do that order with you, Scott, for those 2 comics in that wacky package. So
They gave us the H-1B suits.
and maybe you could send me somewhere the message on how to do the payment for that.
Under the
Do you have anything new, interesting in that you'd like to show us? I know it's probably pretty late for you. Um,
who wants to work at Target? Who wants
oh,
to work at Dollar General?
Myers says California has 2 major valleys, the San Joaquin in the north and the San Fernando in the south. We refer to them both as the valley. The Big Valley is the San Joaquin,
As you walk in and on the door, help want.
which is the valley that San Fernando Valley. Is that the one that where Valley Girls are from? Or no, what's the one in Los Angeles that's a valley where they make the naughty movies? What valley is that? Um,
An article, part of an article about how people are so
yes. Yes, okay. San Fernando is the Valley Girl Valley.
Immigration.
And
Then you have to look at why these people.
Frank Zappa's daughter that did that Valley Girl song is very disenchanted with her mom and the family. She was kind of sort of left out of the will. And well, I think there wasn't a will, but she was kind of cut off from the family somehow. She's pretty pissed. I saw an interview with her.
You go back to 2019.
Yes, that's the San Fernando.
The yellow vests in France taken to the streets.
Oh my gosh.
Major protests going on in Algeria. This is a big country. South Africa. Chile. living all over the world. People take to the streets because of lack of basic living standards, government corruption, crime and violence. This is before the COVID war. Now, let's fast forward 5 years.
They're saying all the job statistics last few years have been faked. That we've been fed a ton of lies over the last few years.
In the emerging markets. What are we looking at?
So I got to read this this feminist manifesto left by this girl today. I've got to see the footage of this Penny guy on the subway. I didn't know there was footage of that. Valley Girl was a good movie. I saw it. I'm trying to. Yeah, okay. I get it mixed up with another. There were a bunch of these teen movies in the '80s, and um, Fast Times at Ridgemont High was one of my favorites. I wasn't that much into the John Hughes movies like other people were, the ones with the Molly Ringwald and all that. I didn't think those were that great as far as realism. But there was one that was really seedy. And at first I thought, it's not Valley Girl. It's called The Last American Virgin. That one was a very sleazy movie. It just, yeah, it was creepy. Just the film stock, it just made you want to take a shower after watching that movie. It was very, I think it was that one. I think it was that one. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it was something else. Maybe it was Valley Girl. I don't know. Um, but Fast Times at Ridgemont High is the one I remember most clearly of all of those. Because, to watch that movie when it came out in 1982 in a mall, and then you come out of the theater and you're in that world of that movie. It was about a really cute girl who was a preppy, and Nick Cage was a punk who crashed their party and they fall in love. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of The Lost American Virgin. I think it might have been a European movie or something that was creepy about it. Something was sleazy. It might have just been the European influence. Yeah, Nick Cage. Oh, the Superman trailer is going to be released on Thursday, so we'll be able to see what's going on with that. Um, I trust James Gunn. Guardians of the Galaxy, all three movies were enjoyable. Sometimes his sense of humor goes a little wrong, or sometimes his politics. I think that he thinks that Trump supporters are Nazis or neo-Nazis. And so to get revenge on the Trump supporters that outed his bad Twitter stuff from years ago, he has in Peacemaker. Peacemaker's dad is a neo-Nazi superhero or villain that he has to fight. And then in this last episode of Creature Commandos, he has the GI robot who's obsessed with killing Nazis, kill a bunch of neo-Nazis. And I think those people exist in prisons and maybe in trailer parks somewhere, but I don't think they're an omnipresent menace that's everywhere. Um, but I think that people that hate Trump think that every Trump supporter is one of these people that's one of these prison gang Nazi types. And so, you know, I think that they equate that in their minds. So it's like, the Creature Commandos has this scene where he's slaughtering these neo-Nazis. And that's, Nazis are horrible and everything. It just, I think that they're in there as a surrogate, meaning to the other people watching it that are liberals, that those are Trump supporters. And it isn't anything farther from the truth. But Yeah, as long as there's not like shots of Superman's bare ass, which because he seems to like to do that with John Cena and something. I don't know. Seems like he did it with Vigilante too in that series. You know, it's just like keep that stuff out of the Superman movie. Otherwise, I trust you, James Gunn. Just keep the creepy sleaziness out. It's not a trauma movie, and I think he's got Superman well cast, Lois Lane well cast. He's got Jimmy Olsen that looks like Jimmy Olsen. Um, he's got Crypto in it. Um, it's I don't know. Someone was saying they really like the GIF that's online. That's I guess is a promo for the trailer. I haven't seen it. They said the music's really great. I don't know how to find that, but I guess we'll have to wait till Thursday when they premiere the trailer for Superman, which is coming out I think in July. And my wife told me that the new Joker movie is on Max. Everyone says it's terrible, but we can watch it now. So we'll probably maybe watch it whenever the next night is. Right now she's working. She's working till 11. Right now it is 9:14. So I'll probably get on. Oh, someone's coming in. It's Meyer. What do we got here?
Hey,
Oh,
what's up? So see, look, there she is. This is Belinda Carlisle at that Whiskey a Go Go show. Like, there's a video on YouTube. I think if you just search like Go Go's, we got the beat, and then maybe 79 or something live, it comes
uh-huh.
up, and she looks great right here, in my opinion. Like, this is when we first discovered her, right? When we first saw her. Her style's all
Oh,
wild and everything, and she's a little bit chubby, but she looks great.
well, I don't think
And there's kind of a
1979
crazy
was a lot
mosh pit.
earlier.
Oh no, look, 1980. See, look, live at the Whiskey a Go Go, 1980. So look at this mosh pit. I mean, this is a really cool little. This like takes me right back. See how great she looks?
Yeah, I don't think she became nationwide famous until maybe 82 with that's
Oh,
when the
see,
Go-Go's.
I first learned about her, and it would have been eighth grade. So this is when I first saw them. So maybe we were. It was
Well,
because I was in California. So maybe I mean this
yeah,
was this music was real. Like this was for people that rode skateboards. This music was for punk people. This wasn't mainstream at
right.
this time at all, you guys. It wasn't.
Well,
This
I
was
don't
for
know. Remember what
freaks. This
year
wasn't like normie music. The
did
people in school
MTV?
were listening to AC/DC and the Bee Gees at this point that I went to school with.
Yeah,
The normie people were.
right. Van Halen. What about well, I think MTV started either in 81 or 82, and then they were one of the
Yeah, I
bands
think
on
it was
MTV that's how they became popular
summer of
nationwide.
'82 or '81. Yeah, and that's what made this band popular was MTV,
Yeah.
probably.
A lot of bands that would have never been played on the radio because MTV existed got popular. Um, British bands that never would have been heard here. Um, and it's just because they were willing to make videos. And a lot of the major acts were saying, we'll never make a video. Like Bruce Springsteen said he'd never make a video. He wound up making one for that horrible Born in the USA record. But there were more than a few that just thought, I'll never do that. But they wound up doing it.
Yeah, you're right. Like at the beginning, like Eric Clapton was like, looking down his nose, kind of, right?
Yeah.
They were threatened by it. So some of those old school artists were maybe threatened by MTV because it was changing their revenue in a way, and it was the death of the radio model of the way to sell records was with the radio.
Yeah, I don't know how they make money at all now because there's no way to make money from records. People just listen to it for free. So I guess it's only from touring that people make money, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Oh, that's bad. I hate the commercials.
Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know.
And so that was 1980. And then, so 2 years later, she lost a bunch of weight, I think, and maybe it had to do with the band becoming so, public and popular and successful that they wanted her to change her look somehow, become
Well,
more
she
feminine
became
and
a
less
solo
sensual.
artist, I remember, and yeah,
Because
there's
now
a
she looks really hot and she has long hair. I mean, she looks great, right? This is We Got the Beat.
The reason why people love
yeah, I don't know what she looks like today, but
I don't either. That's a great question. I hope she's doing well. I always liked her voice. She's a very talented voice. I don't know anything about her. I don't know what her politics are like or what she looks like or what she
well,
does.
you could probably guess what her politics are. Debbie Harry is, I think, almost 80, and I think she's maybe a year older than Trump, but she still looks okay. Um,
of other WNBA players.
and
We know that's not going to happen.
yeah, I think she's because she was probably over 30 when she was first when she
When
first
this was
became
big.
famous.
Yeah.
Uh, and some people like Lex Interior of the Cramps, he was much older when they first started, and he was in his probably mid 30s and just kind of hid how old he was, and then it eventually became obvious.
Black women in the WNBA have been instrumental, obviously, in building.
Gator Saw says Hotel Orloff was attacked. Yeah, we were attacked by drones. It was horrible. I can't even tell you how bad it was. No, it's a clickbait title.
Yeah, but look how you treat each other. So you want people to give the league respect.
Yeah, did you see this? He sent me this giant print of a Garbage Pail Kid artist.
No, I haven't seen it. Looks great. What is it? It's Batman. Is that
Batman and Harley Quinn's about to get him.
that looks amazing. So I remember this artist. He sent me something by this artist too. I have something from like a few months ago, I think. The same guy. Is that the guy that
Uh,
came to the
his
shop?
name is
He was there
C.E.
last
Belezo,
year,
I
last
guess.
comic book day. Is that right?
I guess so. It
I think
says,
last year, like last March or
yeah.
something.
Oh, it's Cebolezo. Cebolezo is
It
that?
looks great. It's really cool looking. It's a really neat. I mean, it almost looks like a Mad Magazine cover.
Yeah, yeah. And
It kind of looks
the
like
other
Al
side.
Jaffe. So that Batman looks a little like Al Jaffe.
That are signed with TV
Look at that
networks,
Batman.
sponsorships. All right.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it does actually. You're right. It looks a lot like him.
Why is it that they're still going to lose 50 million?
Yeah, I knew it looked like something, and you're right. That's what it looks like.
The WNBA wants to make money, right? It's a business. Well, they're making a lot more money than they used to.
Wow.
Let's take a look at merchandise sales.
What was that book? I used to have that book and I lost. I don't have it anymore. Stupid. What was it? Stupid something for stupid tricks for stupid people or something like that. It was an Al Jaffe paperback.
Snappy answers to stupid questions.
Yes. Damn it. I lost that book. I loved that book. And somehow, some way, somebody borrowed it and never came back. Because you know what I mean? That was a popular book. Many of my friends would read that. They'd come to my room and that would be one of the first things that they grabbed.
Maybe you're not always donning a
Snappy
WNBA
answers to
jersey.
stupid
Maybe you don't have the
questions.
time to go
I
see
need
a
to
game
get that.
in person, so you're watching it on television.
There's got to be
Okay.
thousands of copies out there. Thousands of copies. It was a popular.
All right. So Gator Sauce said, "Well, you two girls have a good night." So I banned and removed him.
Oh, thank you, Gator Saw.
Yeah.
So,
That reminds me of what someone that's respected as a fine member of the comic book community that used to like to come on here and say, "Hey, girls." It's like, okay, yeah, you're fine. Yeah, people love him. He provides AOKs to everyone. That's all right.
And it seems to be good news. But here's the
What was that Fantastic Four print? He just included that too? Is it like a?
Yeah, it was just like a Christmas present. It's on the other side is this. It's about a little bigger than a Treasury edition, but
Oh, wow.
I don't know exactly the size, but I think I could probably get a frame for it. You really appreciate the. 'Cause I've never held the original comic in my hands, obviously, but I like how he's trying to keep. He's he's just completely smashing this car, like he's stay back. Oh, I'll keep. Don't make you safe. Well, he's correct. Well, what's the point of crushing the car? But anyway,
Yeah,
it's
what is he, unless it was already crushed and he's like, what is he doing? Stabilizing himself?
well, it's almost like, hey, stay back. This is dangerous. He's just. It's like when Superman stops a car, he doesn't like kill the person driving it. Anyway, that's cool looking.
What was that comic book that what came out in like the late 80s that was just about some group of people that clean up after the fights? What was it called?
Oh, that was the yeah, the I don't know, but they had it in they put them in I think the first or was it the second Spider-Man movie with the latest guy?
Why can't we think of the name? So it came out at the same time as the New Warriors. It was about 1990, 1989, right?
Yeah, was that the first of the That's the
Collateral
one that had
Damage?
Michael
Was it
Keaton
called
was in
Collateral
charge of
Damage?
that, the cleanup
Couldn't
crew. It was the and then he became the Vulture, right? It was weird.
So Miss Johnson.
I think that was the first of the Spider-Man. They're all called almost the same. Damage Control. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I
thank you.
never read the comic, but yeah.
Thank you, Damage Control.
She's not talking actual business. Now, I assume behind closed
So
doors.
I met a guy one time who was, his name was T'Challa. His first name was T'Challa, just the exact same spelling from the comic book. This guy was
Yeah.
our age, probably, as I look back and think about it, he was maybe a year or two older than us. When I knew him, it was the late 80s, early 90s. And when I learned that that was his first name, I said, dude, really? You're like Prince of the Wakanda? But this was before, as I said, what time it was. So there was no media. Normal people didn't know what his name was. So it was abnormal for him to come across someone who knew that his name was referenced in as a Marvel comic character called the Black Panther. Nobody knew who Black Panther was, right? So
So that's
I
a real
said,
African name?
yeah, his first name, and he had an African last name too. But he was in the U.S. Army and he was an American citizen. He was he had African heritage, and so I said,
did he
"Whoa,
know that?
seriously, your name is T'Challa, like Prince of the Wakandas?" And he turns his head and he's like, "Yeah, man, you know that?" And I said, "Of course, yeah. I grew up reading Marvel comics." So we talked and we became kind of friends. He was like he had a job that was different than my job, but we're still in the same unit and we're still deployed to the same place, right? And we trained together. But anyways, we started talking about comics, and I remember I asked him, I said, so, and at the time I wasn't reading any new comics, and he was a comic guy. Like he was a guy who back in the States, even in like 1989 or 1990, whatever time it was, he had like a saver. It was like the beginning of like, he was like buying comics like every month and stuff at a comic shop off post. So I asked him, what's the good stuff right now? What are you reading? What's the best thing you like? What do you like the most? And he said, The New Warriors and Damage Control. And that's what he told me. And I never read either one, but that's what he told me that when we talked about it. He said, I really like the New Warriors, man. Don't slip on the New Warriors. There's this guy, Night Thrasher. That was his favorite, was a character named Night Thrasher.
I don't think I've ever picked one of those comics up. Is that part of that new Splinter universe with Kickers Incorporated and?
Yeah, those maybe predated that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
he was into it. And I remember also that he had a daughter who was like school age. Like he had like a 10-year-old daughter that at the time he was just getting into comics. Like he was like, you know, she was reading certain things that he was giving her to read, and he was telling me about
with today's
it.
sponsor, Colonial.
Huh.
They helped me set up a
Yeah.
self-directed
Buddy Saunders, the owner of Lone Star Comics, he named his son Conan. But I mean, that's a good old name like Arthur Conan Doyle. But
Right.
still, after the mid 70s, naming someone Conan, it's like naming someone Tarzan, you know, it's not good.
Or like now naming your son T'Challa is completely different than if your son was born in like whenever he was born, probably maybe before Black Panther was even a character. Like he might have been born in 61 or 62 or whenever. Like his dad didn't name him after the comic book character.
Well,
The name wasn't connected to that. It just
was
happened
he
to
your
be.
age or older?
He was probably a couple years older than us. He was probably
Oh,
class
yeah.
of 81 or something like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, then he was born. Yeah, he was born several years before that character was created. The character
Yeah,
was
he was
probably
born just
from
a
what,
couple years before us.
1966 or so. Yeah. Well, yeah, he lived most of his life without having until that
Yeah,
Black Panther
with
movie
no
came
one
out.
knowing. That's why, like when I said it, he was like really surprised that I knew I
Oh
had
yeah,
heard the
no.
name because no one he crossed paths with ever said, "Hey, I know that name. You're like the Prince of the Wakanda." No one ever, you know.
That was a completely obscure character that never sold. Nobody knew anything. Even most comic book people didn't know about it, or would remember his name. And then there's people that changed their name to comic, like Nicolas Cage. We were just talking about, you know, is Nicholas Coppola. And so I don't want to use Coppola. It'll look like nepotism, like they're just hiring me because of my uncle. So he took the name of Luke Cage. And he figured no one will ever know until they make a TV show from Luke Cage. But Luke Cage was another hero that was, well, he was more popular than Black Panther, I think. He kept the comic going for over 100 issues, I think.
Yeah, he was much more popular than Black Panther. They couldn't keep Black Panther going. Like the Jack Kirby attempt, Jungle Action was better and maybe lasted long. I don't know. None of it could last very long. They tried to put him in Marvel Premiere, which was fun and it was good, but they couldn't get the green light to make it a monthly title.
Yeah,
Well,
he's more of
was definitely
a backup character or a character to be in a comic with someone else as opposed
he's a
to.
great guest star. I loved him I really loved him like with him and Wyatt Wingfoot in those Fantastic
Oh,
Four
yeah,
issues. Those were all great. If it's
those
an
are
old
both great
Fantastic Four with
characters.
Jack Kirby and it's got Wyatt Wingfoot or Black Panther in it, it's going to be good. You
Yeah, but you're never going to be able to sell a Wyatt Wingfoot comic. But
know?
in
Yeah.
a Fantastic Four comic, he's a great character. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm almost done with all the wrapping, and I
Oh,
have
are you finally?
yeah, I'm almost. And then now I have a few like loose toys for the little kids that I need to go in like a gift bag type of a situation. You know, and you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like we ordered a couple gift bags, so they'll be here in a day or two, and then I can put all these things that I don't know what these are. Let me show you. These are for my granddaughter who's almost 2. There's 6 of them. There's 6 of them. These are just the 2 that I grabbed. They're from, I think it's called Peppa Pig, but I guess little
Oh
kids like
yes, I know what that is.
them. So these these are perfect. I've got 6 different ones, and these are great for putting in because she's not even 2 yet. And so she sees other people opening packages. It's something I can give to her that's in a bag where she doesn't have to deal with having to have it open for her in front of her. She can just take the bag and immediately reach in, and she's got these toys there for her for her stuff.
Says
Yeah,
Logan.
you're right. And Harley for a girl, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. Harley, if it wasn't for the character from the cartoon, people would think it's a reference to the motorcycle, though. And then you've got, like a biker friendly kind of name,
Yeah,
which may
yeah.
not be a good thing for a girl.
You gotta make Quinn her middle name. Her name has to be Harley Quinn. Just like that's what Kevin Smith did. His
Well,
daughter, Harley Quinn Smith.
that character could have been something great. Then they had to, the way she was in the cartoon series, and then they have to, okay, she has to be openly L, and then they come up with a cartoon show on HBO that's like incredibly gory and filled with profanity, and then they, yeah, they just keep messing it up.
This is pretty nice. So I don't remember when I bought this set a couple of years ago, I guess, and I can't remember the manufacturer, and I don't even remember the year or the make or model. But this is this is a real vehicle, and it's a set, and it's some. I want to say this is like a late '40s panel truck, and
Right.
then look, it's got this matching RV that connects back here.
Did they make it that color to look like a black and white movie, or did they really make vehicles that color?
No, I think they did. No, I'm sure this is. I would guess that this is accurate. It's like an olive drab green, and then everything else is silver. It's silver and green
Oh, okay.
with white walls.
No, that's cool.
It's like a family camping trip, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe like a serial killer that no one ever even knew existed.
I don't have commercials on Rumble. I wonder if my wife paid to have the commercial free version or whether the commercials have just magically gone away. She was talking about it. I don't know if she did it in the middle of the night, but
So I saw some story, and I haven't noticed it that much, but uh, YouTube's advertising is increasing. People are realizing and they're figuring it out, and YouTube's making a lot of money on advertising. So we might see advertising change. Well, we already are seeing it becoming. Remember when the breaks were hardly there, and then it was odd commercials, and now pretty soon we're going to have Pfizer commercials on YouTube.
well, on YouTube,
You know what I mean?
people that are monetized on YouTube could press a button to, like, if they want light commercials in their show or lots of commercials, and because like Captain Strangelife's only, I think, put down to have commercials at the beginning of his show, but not to interrupt his show. And then there's someone else that's on YouTube doing comic books that has commercials like every 3 minutes. He put in maximum commercials.
Dude, I can't stand that. I know. I've watched. See, I don't have as much patience, as I used to. So I don't have the time for everything. And if they're gonna throw commercials, if like somebody starts one of these larger creators, like what you're talking about, typically will start their video with a bit of a teaser, right? And you'll
Yeah.
get 30 seconds or 40 seconds in, and then it will go right to a commercial. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
will make you click off the video. So even if it was something I was interested in, I don't have enough time. I'm not willing to invest 30 seconds or 40 seconds because I have other videos to watch. I have shit to do.
But Rumble would have commercials that would just go on and on like infomercials, and they
Yeah,
would
I know
always be
that's if you just leave it, it will just go on and on. It'll be like a 9-minute long commercial or something.
and sometimes they'd be funny, like only an un-American Kamala Harris supporting communists would not buy this Trump coin.
Yeah.
If you do not buy this coin, you're obviously an immoral dirtbag. it's actually pretty funny. Oh my gosh, you got a gingerbread man?
Yeah,
Hold
I
up.
found this guy at the bottom of a bin, and since he's Christmas themed, I need to glue them together.
Oh,
comes with he had a stand and a little candy cane that I guess he holds in his arm over here, something like this.
Kevin's asking if we have any Christmas catalogs. I've got a few.
You gotta do
I'd
them.
like to collect the 70s through the 80s Sears Christmas catalogs. That would be good. The 60s ones would be great. Yeah, the Sears call them wish books.
Yeah, those
And
are good.
I'd like to get
Many of
those
them
as
are
well.
good.
Because the Sears catalogs were how my mother ordered a lot of my presents, I think. So seeing those from my childhood would be really cool.
This is
Oh,
odd
yeah.
job. I hung this little shelf thing up here a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's good.
Look at this little. This came out of one of those Kinder balls. You know, it's like a chocolate egg that you open up and you eat, and on the inside there's a toy. You know
Yeah.
what these are? Kinder. And look at it. It's a hippopotamus that's doing Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
She's even standing over a grate. The base is a street like vent.
That's pretty weird.
Isn't it weird? Isn't that random? I thought it was. That's why I saved it. That's why I have it.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not meant for kids, but for someone that would know old movies.
Yeah, and she even has like a butt.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
and little boobs, little hippo boobs. Kind of weird. It is kind of funny that it would like a little kid would not even know what that is at all.
Yeah. Well, you know, in the Elsie the Cow animated commercials, she has human breasts. She's proportioned when a cow should have udders. But
She has breasts. Yeah,
Gotham City Comics, why does that ear come out of the street? Is it sewer gas? um, I don't
it
think it's.
really. You know what? It smells really bad, and it's also really gross. Like you don't want to be standing over it. They have them in San Francisco, and it's not like in the movies. It's not like you want to stand over. It's like steam coming up out of the water of hot water making contact with cold water. I believe is what it is
Mhm.
in the sewers, like something like that. Because it comes up and it happens in the mornings. I don't know what it is, but it happens in the morning in San Francisco and late at night, and it's really gross. You don't want to even walk over it when it's in real life. It's kind of disgusting. People pee in those
Hmm.
grates. People pee down there.
Hopefully they didn't in the Marilyn Monroe days, but who knows?
Let's see. You might lose connection again. I'm going to step outside and smoke again before it gets too cold.
How cold is it there?
Probably like 42 or 43 or something like that.
Let me see what it is here. It's 34 here, but we have wind gusts up to 19 miles per hour, making the temperature feel like 27.
It's 45 here. It's 45. I just checked.
Uh,
Oh, it's still really weird that I'm here. Here's what happens. Sometimes I'll look at this, Ken. See this calendar?
yeah.
So this calendar, I've had this calendar from my shop, my car mechanic in San Francisco, and about 6 months ago, when I started doing all this and planning the move and just talking about it, making videos about it, I would look at the calendar and sometimes mention it in my video. And I can remember making a video months ago where I looked at the calendar and I was going through the months and I was, look, here's October, November, December. Imagine you guys, imagine if we'll be able to be in Grass Valley for Christmas. And I can't believe I pulled it off. You know what I mean? I still
Yeah.
can't believe I pulled it off, that I was able to get out of there. It still kind of surprises me.
Well, we were thinking there was going to be, I was thinking there was going to be chaos in the cities. I thought it was going to be more imminent. it didn't wind up happening. I don't know if it will happen. I don't know what they've got up their sleeve. I don't know. But it looks like I just don't know what's going to happen.
So I talked to Elton yesterday,
Oh, yeah.
and I asked him about all the weather, like wow, tsunami and everything, because all that was happening in my old neighborhood.
Right.
All that weather in the past couple of weeks was all happening in our old neighborhood, in my old neighborhood. So I was asking him what was happening and how all the helicopters flying overhead and filming right where I used to make the videos on the beach was where there was going to be a giant tsunami, and they're making surfers get out of the water and everything. So he said there were all these people coming out trying to get closer to the beach to get killed by the waves, and the cops and the fire department were pushing them all away and everything. But he said that he and Brian were on the job, like on the other side of the world, like over in Potrero Hill, like in the Mission, the other side of the city, right? And working, and Brian's phone went off, like the bird, the thing, the alert and everything. And he got super scared, and like those guys live on the 4th floor. Like, so it's like the wave would have to be like over 100 feet high, you guys, to like hit the window. It's not going to happen. But Brian still was really worried. So Elton was all, dude, he was just stressed. And so I took him home. Took him home. He was worried about his grandpa and his girlfriend at home alone in the apartment, like there's supposed to be a tidal wave, but it never happened. Yeah. Now there's supposed to be an atmospheric river.
Hmm. That's wild. Yeah. Seems like they want everyone to live in fear.
This is the best one.
Oh, what is that? I didn't see it.
Celsius peach mango.
Oh.
You can't believe that some people, maybe it's fake news. I don't know. It's hard to believe that can even be thought of, but it seems that there's a certain appetite for him. I don't get it. Yeah, but
So yeah, Trump talking about how it's
Oh, boy. Well,
on the American
I
I guess
probably
it's
should
got a
head
dome on his
on upstairs and
at
go
the
to
top,
sleep.
up the hill behind me is a snowman and some Christmas lights. You just can't really see it.
Oh, yeah. Kevin says those drinks are good.
Yeah, this is my new thing. I love this. Celsius is really good.
What is it
I've been
exactly?
drinking it for a couple of months. My son drinks it.
Does it
I'll
have
write
oranges in it?
What's that?
What is it exactly? Is it orange flavored water?
Well, it has all different flavors. It comes in
Oh,
many different flavors. It's called Celsius Live Fit, and it's an essential energy, accelerates metabolism, burns body fat. It has no high fructose corn syrup, no aspartame, no artificial colors. It contains a day's worth of 7 essential vitamins, and it's a natural energy drink. And supposedly it burns body fat.
oh wow. Well, I've never even heard of it before in my life.
now we do have some follow-up news with
Yeah, it's real popular right now.
Oh,
Like it's
okay.
like on the ring in the UFC fights. It's like it's a new
Oh,
major like sponsor.
okay, I'll keep my eye out for it.
media outlets.
Good.
I'm going to be bringing one against the people in Iowa.
I guess Trump had a press conference today at Mar-a-Lago, huh?
And then just before the election, she said I was going to
Maybe it was yesterday.
the biggest story all over the world because
Well, I guess I better
Yeah, I
go.
watched some of it.
of the farmers.
Yeah,
It was interesting the way she
this is the first time I think I'm hearing about it.
She said I was going to only win by 4. That was a big start. But that was good because she put it down to like 52.
About what?
So you've got all the presents wrapped now, huh?
Yeah, everything's wrapped. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Just about. Not everything. There's still a couple things that still need to be wrapped, and still a couple things that are still coming that aren't here yet. But I did get Jude picked up a bunch of wrapping paper for me the other day, so I have plenty of wrapping paper, so I'm good to go.
She doesn't watch this show, does she? Or is it possible?
No, they don't.
I was wondering if maybe
No.
was getting any of those Monster High dolls from Kevin. Or maybe you
I
can't
don't
say.
know. I'm not sure. It was. I mean, that's out of my price range.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know whether they are or whether they did or anything. I haven't asked them. I don't know. But no, they don't watch this. They're trust me.
I just didn't want to
I
spoil
stayed
a
with them
surprise.
stay with them for like 10 days straight. Stay with them for 10 days straight. They don't. Yeah, they're not watching this show. They watch other stuff. They watch like anime, and while they're watching anime, they're like they have other devices going. You know what I mean? Like she's got TikTok, and then he's playing some sort of video game, and they're talking all at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like, so they have they have a different algorithm than I have, than we have. A whole
Right.
different algorithm. It's all young people. Whole different topics, all different stuff that we don't even know about. People whose names we don't even never heard of that have millions of followers, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Musical artists we've never heard of, people we don't know anything about. Just like how it was for our parents when we were 25 and
Yeah.
and they were 60. We don't know what the 25-year-old is into. You know what I mean? They got their own thing going. We're old.
Yeah. Golly gee.
Watch them. I'm actually standing right outside their house right now as I'm talking. Watch the blinds open up and she'll look right down at me and give me the okay sign. No, I'm just joking. She won't, because they're not watching.
Yeah. He says, I haven't sold any out of state mail order. Okay, so that answers that question. So the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills helped Kevin out, because you know that when Kevin spent like 2 hours showing every one of the figures, that takes a lot out of you. That was before he hurt his arm, so he could never recreate it. But he pulled every one of those figures out, and not out of the boxes, but he pulled all the boxes out and showed them, and on my show. But I had started the show, and he came on about the beginning of the second hour. And then he did 2 hours of showing Monster High dolls, and the name of the episode was Monster High Collection or something. And Zork came on right before Kevin had started spouting a lot of politics and started talking about how he had died. And it was horrible. It was like being flushed down a toilet. And he saw nothing. It's just basically nothing but depressing, black pilling. There was no white light and Jesus greeting you, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is very depressing. And and, uh, and it completely, anyone would have to watch through all that to get to the Monster High dolls. So the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills, Mike, heard us talking about that dilemma that he can't tell people, oh, go watch this show, you'll see all the figures I have for sale. So he trimmed the first hour off and reposted it on Rumble on his channel. So now he can give someone a link to that Rumble video, and they can watch and see all the figures he got, Monster High figures, without having to hear all the depressing stuff, about how we're gonna have to resort to cannibalism and how horrible things are gonna be. So so
Buy a
anyway,
backup generator and a water purifier now.
yeah, that's what he kept saying, is we gotta be able to boil water. I think he's, according to him, we'd already all be cannibals now. But I don't know. So anyway, yeah. Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills has been very busy over on Rumble, and I got to sit down over the break when I get off of work and watch a lot of his videos. But I guess I'm gonna get on up and she'll be off work in maybe an hour, 10 minutes. And see what's going on. But anyway, it's been nice to talk to everybody. I'll be on some point, maybe Wednesday, maybe later this week. I don't know when I have video scheduled. Doesn't mean because I have a video scheduled doesn't mean I'm going to come on that day or that time. He says, I think he took it down. I can't find it. He says, oh no, I found it. Yeah, I don't think there would be any reason why he would take that down. Wouldn't make any sense for him to do that. Well, I guess I'll see everybody. I'll talk to you all soon. Take care. Goodbye.
All right, talk to you later.
Bye.